Good afternoon, everybody, and excuse me, councillors, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this afternoon's Planning and Environmental Protection Committee. Before we start the meeting, there's a couple of announcements. First one is by welcoming all those members present, the public and the press, and those of you that have joined us online. A few housekeeping rules. If members of the public in attendance need to use the facilities, they are located through the door, back out onto the landing and at either side of the stairway. If there's a fire alarm and we don't expect there to be one, please leave the building by the nearest fire exit and make your way to the Cathedral Concourse. I'd also just like to say, if you've got phones, can you please make sure they're on silent at this time? Thank you. Firstly, then, to introduce some people here. Obviously, I'm your chair. My name's Chris Harper, Councillor Chris Harper. I'm joined by other councillors from across the party in the city, legal officers, democratic services, traffic, etc., all different officers that should help to inform the decisions today. As we go around, obviously, you'll get to know the names, as I call them out, as to who's speaking. So, without further ado, we'll move to item 1, which is apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Jamil. Councillor Mahmood is here as substitute.
Thank you, Councillor Mahmood. Welcome. Thank you for subbing today. Item 2 then is declarations of interest. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say that I have a non-pecuniary interest in that the applicant for agenda item 3 is known to me on a personal level, but not professional.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's in relation to the first item in Hampton. As I understand it from the site visit and from reports that were issued today, some of the comments in objection have been made by British Sugar PLC, who is a sister company of the one I work for. Just to make clear, I've had no correspondence or contact with British Sugar. They remain a sister company, nothing to do with myself, but they are owned by the same parent company.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Anybody else? Was that hot? Oh, Councillor Hussain. I thought it was Councillor Hussain.
Hi. So, agenda on item on Horsey Bridge. Last time we were told that we didn't make declarations about the owners of the site. So I'm just declaring that obviously it's part of our association, the owner or director. I don't know what relationship they have with Barnock, but just to say that obviously we're not predetermined in that sense, and we've not been asked to vote in any specific way. But I'd just like to declare that, as it was said that we didn't do that last time.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain. Any more? No? We're done. Okay, thank you very much. Item 3 then is declarations to make representation as the ward councillor. At this point, I will declare that I will be speaking on the Horsey Toll application, and I will be moving myself over there when that time comes, and my colleague Councillor Iqbal will take the chair. Any others? No?
Just to clarify, in relation to the last declaration by Councillor Hussain.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear you, sorry.
Just in relation to the last declaration by Councillor Hussain, I think you referenced we. I wonder just for the minutes whether it's worth just clarifying who exactly is covered under that declaration, just so that it's clear in the minutes.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
Councillor Hussain, is it we or I? Just to clarify.
I may have misheard. Apologies if it was me.
I would say me, but I would also probably count my colleagues from the Conservative Party.
Thank you.
Or joint association.
Thank you for clarifying.
Councillor Hiller.
Thank you. Not wishing to muddy the waters, but I think it ought to be mentioned that there are 2 Conservative associations within the Peterborough City Council area, Northwest Cambridgeshire, as well as Peterborough Central, or whatever it's called, a Peterborough Association. The applicant for item 3 is the president of the Peterborough Conservative Association and has no affiliation, as far as I'm aware, as a former Conservative of the North West Cambs Association, has no affiliation with North West Cambs. I just wanted to clarify that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. All done? We'll move on from that. Thank you, councillor. Okay, item 4 then is the minutes of the previous meetings. First one is the 21st of February 2023. Do I have a proposer and a seconder on those minutes, please? Proposing, Councillor Hiller. Seconder, Councillor Iqbal. Any, or can I take them as true? Okay, thank you. Second set is 21st of March 2023. Again, proposed by Councillor Hiller. And Councillor Judge has seconded. Can I take them as a true copy? Yeah, all agreed? Okay, thank you. Item 5 then is development control and enforcement matters. Item 5.1 relates to 2C Cyrus Way, Signet Park, Hampton. And the application will be presented by Asif Ali when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The application is for the temporary use of land for external storage and stationing of temporary porter cabin. The application site is 2C Cyrus Way, located in Signet Way in Peterborough. This plan shows the application site. To the east of the site runs London Road, and the application site itself is located in the east of Cyrus Way, located within the Hampton General Employment Area. This slide shows a satellite image. Just to note, the site to the north of the site, etched in red, has been developed. It's an older satellite image. It's not been updated yet, but that is the location of British Sugar, which should be clear in the following slides. This is the proposed site layout. The site layout shows the proposed location of the porter cabin and the circulation and storage areas. This will be the proposed porter cabin, measuring 6.5 meters by 2.4 meters deep. This is an image of the application site. As you could know on the site visit, the application site consists of gravel and rough grassland, and yeah, it was historically used as a site compound for the British Sugar site, but currently is disused and has no extant planning permissions or anything associated with the land. Here's another image of the site. This image shows British Sugar on the left-hand side, with the car park extending to the application site, which can be seen towards the right-hand side of the image with the blue gates. And this would be an image looking towards out to British Sugar, so members would note the application site on the right-hand side with the British Sugar building towards the left-hand side. This view would be towards the other side of the application site. So you've got the application site to the left-hand side with office buildings to the right-hand side. This would be the view of the application site from London Road. The application site currently doesn't have any vegetation along that boundary, so it is a break as you can view along London Road. In terms of the application itself, in terms of principal matters, the application site is located within a general employment area. So the proposed use would be a B8 use, which in principle would be acceptable in a general employment area. The other matters that were relevant were visual amenity, neighbour amenity, highway safety, and pollution control. Officers deem this acceptable as a meanwhile use on a temporary basis for 3 years. with conditions controlling its use, and there is a small element of internal refurbishment associated with the proposal, which has been conditioned down, and it would relate specifically to ancillary internal refurbishment. So that would be condition 3 of the proposed conditions list. In terms of consultee comments, you had objections from the ward councillor, Councillor Moyo, who raised concerns about highway issues as well as a lack of a noise assessment and visual amenity impact. Hampton Parish Council raised some concerns about the lack of transport and noise information. The local highway authority initially raised concerns, but these were addressed during the application process, and no other issues were raised. There were some objections raised from 2 of the neighbouring properties. So one would be British Sugar and the other would be the occupants of Freedom House. Their concerns related mostly to the visual amenity and the impact on the amenity of the area, as well as some highway concerns relating to slow-moving vehicles during delivery and collection of the caravans. In terms of the update report, there was a statement received from British Sugar, which was included as an appendix in the update report. No new matters were raised, but the issues that were raised regarding visual amenity and a historic outline permission were addressed within the case officer report. Another statement was received by the ward councillor, Councillor Moyo, today morning, and that was distributed to members via email today. Just to briefly summarise the concerns raised by Councillor Moyo, they related to the visual amenity impact relating to the site, and Councillor Moyo raised the character of the immediate surrounding area in terms of the offices and the potential impact the proposal would have on their setting, and recommended that the application was refused on grounds of visual amenity. With regards officers' recommendation, officers have recommended approval. Officers are of the view that the visual amenity impact on a temporary basis is acceptable for a 3-year period to allow for the future permanent redevelopment of the site in accordance with local and national policy, and along with the recommended conditions. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Asif. Okay, could I call please on Kate Wood, please, who's the agent? Good afternoon, Kate, and welcome. You'll have 5 minutes when you're ready to address committee. When you're near the end of your time, if you need to be, one of our officers will let you know when you've got 30 seconds left. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman, members. I wanted to respond to comments that have been raised through the course of this planning application. There was some confusion regarding the repairs and maintenance that would be carried out to the caravans being stored on the site. This is ancillary work only and stems from the way that the business buys and sells caravans. The caravans are purchased from high-end holiday parks at the end of a few years of use. The business then stores them on the site before selling them on to lower grade holiday or residential customers. In doing so, they sometimes find that the internal fittings need to be updated, for example, carpets and curtains. All work carried out, if at all, is to the interior of the caravans and is effectively at DIY level. You'll see that condition C3 makes clear the limitation of the proposed use. The application is for storage only, and there will be no customer visits to the site. The business is already operating from a site just around the corner at Clubway, but needs to move because we're about to make a planning application for a building on that site for an end user. The Cyrus Way site is only required for 3 years, as the applicant has a site at Fengate currently in use for lorry storage on a temporary basis. Once the lorry storage ceases, it is the intention to move the caravan storage business to that site. Alternatively, if a business comes forward wanting a bespoke building to be designed for this site, then the caravans will need to be moved away sooner. As noted in the officer report, this is a useful meanwhile use of the site and is within a general employment area where storage uses are anticipated by the local plan. The benefit of allowing this proposal now is that the open eastern boundary to London Road will be required to be landscaped sooner than as a result of an application for a permanent building, which means that the benefits of screening, visual amenity and ecology will occur sooner rather than later. I hope you will agree that this low-key use is acceptable. Thank you.
Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Hiller.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Kate. Nice to see you again here. Tell me, on the site visit on Friday, we went to see the existing operation in Club Way, and frankly, I was shocked at just how appalling it looks, with piles of discarded rubbish, literally piles, and bashed up caravans. How would you suggest, as the applicant's agents, how would you suggest the owners and the employees and the workers of a prestigious headquarters of British Sugar would like to see that on a daily basis, should indeed that be emulated in this new site if consent was given, albeit temporary? How would you see that being mitigated? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, through you. I think the site is already visible. The Clubway site is already visible from British Sugar. The benefit of this site is that it is more enclosed and will be more strongly landscaped, so it will already be less visible. I would also say that if it would help, it might be appropriate to add a condition saying that there shall be no waste stored externally on the site other than within skips for periodic removal, which should then allow the council to enforce that and prevent external storage of waste.
Yeah, carry on.
Thank you for that, Kate. The fact that it could already be seen, or this existing site can already be seen by British Sugar, strikes me as sort of two wrongs making a right, and I don't adhere to that, I'm afraid. You haven't really answered my question, other than, well, we could possibly put a condition on, but if this is the general standard of the appearance, the aesthetic of this type of business, then, you know, when you think of the millions and millions of pounds that British Sugar must have invested in that brand new headquarters, nice and shiny, how do you how do you explain to people that are objecting how that's going to be okay, just with a bit of landscaping?
Landscaping and boundary treatment is a normal way of addressing visual amenity. It's an appropriate use for the site. British Sugar aren't the only people who've invested in the general employment area here. Other people have spent a lot of money constructing buildings, moving into them. I think the point is it's a relatively small site. It's only a 3-year use that's required. And I think ultimately it's useful, if you like, for British Sugar that the landscaping will take place now as a condition, rather than the site carrying on sitting empty, visually open and exposed, with no requirement to plant up that boundary that you can see on the screen. No requirement to plant that up or provide any screening at all until such time as someone comes forward with an application for a building, and then it'll be a construction site, and then the landscaping will come in at the end of the construction period. So now is a good time to do that, and certainly the storage of caravans on the site, at the end of the day, they're low-key structures. I nearly said buildings then. They're low-key structures. They're not tall. They don't stick out anywhere. This isn't a scrapyard or anything that's sort of untoward. And the British Sugar building is actually quite some distance from the site because the car park is intervening. Hope that helps.
Not me. Or somebody else, isn't it? Councillor.
Thank you. Technology. Yes, it does help. Thank you very much. However, we did go on the site visit on Friday. I know how close the British Sugar building is. We saw it. This isn't a scrapyard, quote unquote. It is. It looks like it to me. I'm sorry, but it does. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sharp next.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Kate. As my colleague Councillor has mentioned, when we were on the site visit, there were a number of damaged caravans. So how do you then damaged externally significantly? So whether that was damaged in
Moved on. And you've got a condition that prevents external works as well.
Do you want to come back, Councillor Sharp? Yeah.
well, it's
There have been several businesses on the Clubway site, so it may be another of the businesses. Certainly that's not anticipated here. It's not part of the business model that they run, that current business. Perfectly happy for you to add conditions saying no residential use, because it's certainly not part of the application proposal. Storage only.
Okay. Councillor Hogg now, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. You mentioned in your speech about that the application was for 3 years, but you suggested that if somebody came forward with a proposal for a new building, that you would give them notice and move them on. So what kind of lease have they got? Is it going to be a 6-month rolling lease? What is the...
I have absolutely no idea, nothing to do with planning. I mean, realistically, if the applicant finds an end user that wants a building, that'll have to be designed up and be the subject of a planning application. And obviously will take some time to go through, and then we'll have to be put out to tender. And then, you know, before we end up having any construction period going on the site. So realistically, 3 years is probably about right anyway. I suspect the applicant will be careful in the way that he words the lease.
Just following on from that, what alternatives have you looked at in terms of that site? You know, you said you're waiting for somebody to come along. Are you not thinking about developing it yourselves to, you know, sort of smaller units or that kind of thing?
It's not the sort of site where you would put those kind of units. You'll see around there that there are sort of little parcels of land where they've been developed. Usually there are some sites where there's sort of groups of buildings, but this particular site is relatively small. So what you would expect on there is a single building. And so that would be bespoke designed for a specific end user. And obviously colleagues of mine on the agency side will be looking for people to who often have requests from people who are looking for a site for a building, and that would be the sort of thing that would be promoted to them. It's not a site where you would do a spec building, so it just makes sense that you find the right person and then build a building specifically for that user.
Thank you. Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to this proposal, from my experience, what sort of measures will be employed to mitigate ground contamination? Is there some sort of an assessment that has been undertaken?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, there is. An assessment was carried out many years ago as part of the wider development of the site, which obviously includes the British Sugar site, and that's now been updated as part of this application. It's not the type of use where you would expect contamination to be an issue because it's not residential. The requirement of the environmental health officer is that a further layer of stone chippings should be put over the site, and that the porter cabin, which is the office where they would be based, is to be raised up rather than placed on the ground. And obviously everything else is straightforward storage. So there aren't any concerns about contamination on that site for this purpose.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your question. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. It's just regarding the existing site. I just wanted to know because I've seen it there for quite some time, and I was just wondering whether that was a short-term, similar to this, a 3-year short-term plan, or whether it was, planned that was going to be there for a long time. I just feel like it's been there for quite some time, and would this then be a similar sort of thing?
Ideally not, no, and it's certainly not the intention. Ultimately, this is a site for a building to go on, as was the case at Clubway, and it's just a case of making the best use of land in terms of utilising available land for to meet demand. And if a building had been proposed on this site, then we wouldn't be proposing to move the caravan use from Clubway. It's just that the Clubway site is going to be the subject of a planning application fairly soon. I'm the agent for that application, so I know. And so we'll be proposing a building on there for a named end user. And so, but, it's been some time, some years coming, finding the right person for that site. And coming forward with an application for a building there.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions at all? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a bit of point of clarity for me then, because you just said that ideally you would be looking to continue on the existing site, but that would mean you'd have to put another planning application in for a temporary location. Now, we've had guidance from officers and during the site visit that that's not normally accepted on a national planning policy. So how would you square that? Because what I'm not quite clear on is why the current incumbent hasn't foreseen this and foreseen the need to move to their established site at Fengate. And there's clearly a danger that it just site hop around the city. And I do some clarity around that, if that made sense. Thank you.
Yes, it's an odd situation, isn't it? I mean, ultimately, you're right. National policy is that you shouldn't renew temporary permissions. They're temporary for a reason. When it comes to the point of your 3 years or 5 years or however long your permission is, when that runs out, obviously the expectation is that you move on and cease the use. Now, at Clubway, there was no objection from the council to renewing that particular use, and so it was allowed. But obviously, there's clearly an intention by the council for both of these sites to be developed. They're in general employment area where you expect permanent employment development to be provided. Now, down at Fengate, the applicant owns some land there that has more complicated planning issues, shall we say, mainly to do with access and contamination and things like that. So he was approached by, I think it's Lawrence David. They've got their lorries down there. They moved there from another site that's now being developed. But obviously they'll only be there temporarily. And so, my client's intention obviously is obviously to carry on being able to rent out that land. And so it makes sense that the caravans would go there. But the lease for the Lawrence David people is longer. And so they need to go here in the meantime.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Wood. You can return back to your seat. Thank you. Okay. Do any members have any questions for officers? regarding this application? Councillor Iqbal.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. My question to the officers is that this is a 3-year temporary grant. When the 3-year ends, what's the criteria and what's the likelihood of them getting a further extension?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So the likely criteria is once, and national policy advises this as well, that once a temporary permission has been granted, you need to consider it on a permanent basis if you shouldn't really be looking to renew temporary policies again and again. So it would be, we'd consider the impact of the proposal on a permanent basis. And yeah, consider it on its merits on that occasion.
Yeah, of course.
I have a further question. Now, on our visit on Friday, the existing site where it's in operational, I mean, the site gave me an impression of a scrapyard. I'm going to be honest. I want to ask officers, have they had any complaints from anybody relating to the noise, disturbance, or the appearance of the site?
Through you, Chair. No known complaints are known from pollution control. I did query that with regards to complaints about the visual amenity, there's nothing I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Hogg.
Yeah, just to pick up on the comment regarding putting in a condition of all waste materials should be kept within a skip. Do you feel that that's something that would help redress that issue?
Through you, Chair. If that was a concern of members, I think a condition could be secured that secure the location of where this waste material went. Although it would be officers' recommendation that it may be more appropriate to have some kind of boundary treatment, maybe closed board fencing on the area rather than a skip, because that would may give a similar kind of poor amenity value. But if the area is screened where the waste is and appropriately located as part of the turning area, possibly facing towards London Road, the landscaping would screen it from London Road, and the other 3 areas would be screened from external views. But that could be reasonably controlled, I think, subject to the agent's negotiation.
So just to sort of go back on that, so boundary treatment, I would suggest is not going to have much of an effect over the high-rise nature of the British Sugar building, and specifically the ones on the top floors are just going to go straight into the site from their offices. So I'm not entirely sure that you could have enclosed skips, couldn't you? It doesn't have to be an open skip.
Yes, that could be a possibility. I think it comes down to the level of control you want in terms of the level of public, the number of people that will view the site from, or view certainly the waste area from the first floor of the British Sugar, or the higher floors from the British Sugar building may be limited. So it may be more appropriate to control it from within the street scene, which is the majority of where the public will pass, and on balance that may be acceptable, but or equally that is within the purview of councillors of whether they want to control it completely or whether it is a partial screen. But conditions could be secured appropriately to deal with elements of the waste storage, certainly.
Okay. Councillor Hiller.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd put that in the bin. I think stop me pushing buttons that don't work. As if you've mentioned on your, not you wrote this, I'm sure, but you're presenting assessment of planning issues, section 2, the last paragraph. Given the above, is considered that the proposal would not, on balance, affect the visual amenity, or wouldn't be adverse. It's a term that is rarely used by planning officers, but when they do use it, my antennae, after 14 odd years on this committee, plucks up that actually you really weren't that convinced. Could you convince me that you are convinced that visual amenity is not an issue with this type of use for this site, given the prestigious offices that will be overlooking it? Thank you.
With regards to the on balance element that Councillor Hiller picked up on, the application, the temporary nature and the general employment area designation sits on one side, and I think it's on a permanent basis. I would have concerns with a use like this, and the agent and the applicant have made clear that this is unlikely to come on a permanent basis anyway. But on a temporary basis, as a meanwhile use, to make effective use of a land which currently is disused and is a bit of an eyesore, I think officers are leaning pragmatically for an on balance acceptable use, but equally, that is within your purview to consider the design and amenity impacts for this committee, certainly.
So it's on the basis of the beauty is in the eye of the beholder, is it? You say a temporary use, sorry, Chair, if I might. Temporary to me indicates 3 months, 5 months, 10 months, 6, not 3 years. 3 years is semi-permanent, albeit it's finite, I get that. But 3 years of looking at this potential site would worry me, I think. Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, fine. Anybody else? Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Asif, just to clarify something you said from Councillor Amjad's question. You mentioned temporary, but then you said that we need to consider it, the impact on the proposal on a more permanent basis. So after the 3 years, potentially they could apply to have it as a permanent site. Am I right in saying that?
The current application is considered on a temporary basis. I think the discussion with Councillor Iqbal was if they were to come in again and try to either extend this temporary use, I think at that point officers would kind of view it, either consider it as a permanent application or not. But as it currently stands, it is a temporary application. I think, to be clear, if this came in as a permanent application right now, officers would not be supportive in terms of the visual amenity impact, but it is a temporary, for a temporary period. So I think, yeah, just for clarity's sake.
So if although you wouldn't accept it as a permanent now, if it's been a temporary application and accepted for 3 years and then it comes back as a permanent, what would be officers be minded to do then?
Officer's recommendation would be refusal. The on balance, as Councillor Hiller picked up, was in part, or quite heavily in part, of because of the temporary period. But as a permanent, given the character of the area, we wouldn't be supportive of something like this on a permanent basis. In that context, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, if there's no further questions, I'm going to move to debate. So who would like to start that off? Anybody? Councillor Hiller, do you want to start that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have to say I do have huge reservations over this, and planning officers as experienced and knowledgeable as the officer we have now presenting, it tells me that if it was a permanent application, it would be refused, full stop. If it's for 3 years, it's considered on balance that it is okay and you're recommending approval. I would find that very difficult to argue that case in front of the executives of British Sugar, frankly. I would find it very, very difficult. Thank you for relocating in our city, British Sugar, and investing millions and millions and millions of pounds in a state-of-the-art office. Oh, by the way, guys, for the next 3 years, you've got a caravan scrapyard next to you. I don't buy that, I'm afraid. I have huge reservations. I wouldn't want to look out of my office at that site if it was anything like the site that we've seen in the other. And this is where, and I know the chair is very keen and will continue to remind us, this is where site visits on the Fridays before planning committees are so vitally important. So I'm minded to say I'm sorry, but I don't agree with you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Sharp, is that your hand? Yes.
It is. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think similar to the comments from Councillor Heller, my difficulty is that this just doesn't seem in keeping with the existing location, and that's something that we've just heard from the officers, that if it were to be a permanent application, then they would agree. For me, there's no clear demarcation between the existing location. Sorry, there is a clear demarcation between the existing location and the business park in terms of the office development. So where the local plan or the general employment area is designated that the land is B1, B2 or B8 use, I accept that under B8 it could be a storage facility. However, I think looking at the development, and we saw it very clearly from phase one of, if it were, of the site visit before we went over to the existing, that the new location is surrounded by B1 development and B1 development only. So it's almost a case that the local plan is now wrong, or the general employment area classification is wrong, because we've got one site left now that we're going to turn over to B8 and caravan storage, which is just not in keeping. So I think for me, the principal point is on at the bottom, page 32 of the report, and at LB 16, that it's very clear that in balance, it's not in keeping. There's no way that this development could contribute positively to the character and the distinctiveness of the area, as stated in LB 16. So I think I really am struggling that it fits the location. And I guess there's also the concept that the applicant, they've had the opportunity to move the location, they've had the opportunity to seek out the sites, they've had 2.5 years. Why is it taking now that they're going to move over the road? That just doesn't square with me. So at the moment, I'm struggling to see a benefit in the application, even though it is officer's current recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Hogg.
So at one stage, I was thinking, well, what can we do to mitigate the impact of this in terms of conditions, or putting in a condition for sort of enclosed skip or what have you. But I think it was very telling that the officer explained that if this had been a permanent application, that the advice to approve would be the opposite to what it is for this. And I have to say that 3 years does seem like an awful long time, and it seems semi-permanent rather than temporary. I think if it was for a year, then I would be minded to just kind of go down the route of mitigation. I'm not entirely sure that putting some bushes in is really going to hack it. It'd be great for for people driving past on the road on the A15, that they won't be able to see the site, but they'll it's a flash and it's gone. The people that are overlooking this site from British Sugar are looking at this site day in, day out. I don't know what the internal structure of the building is, but it may well be that when they planned that structure, that certain more prestigious offices are looking out that way. And I think, British Sugar apart, what kind of message are we sending out to other companies that are looking to relocate their headquarters to Peterborough? if we treat British Sugar in this way. I know it's kind of, you could be seen as being kind of a thing of, the haves and have-nots, as it were. Why do British Sugar get special treatment? But the fact is that as a city, we are looking to advertise ourselves as a place that does business with business, so that we can get our residents employed, the good job opportunities, etc., etc. So, and we've been told time and time again how companies, when they are looking to relocate, don't just look at the price of the site and the price of the build. They do look at other aspects in terms of how the city feels, how what happens with planning. And I think this would be sending out the wrong message to those larger companies that are maybe looking to relocate. And I think it's quite short-sighted of the property owners to think that this is something that would be acceptable, because ultimately they are the ones that are looking for somebody to take this site on and put a building in a build to order, as it were. So if they're prepared to do that to British Sugar, what else is going to happen further down the line? So I've now tipped onto the side of being minded not to approve.
Councillor Iqbal.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I've got a different view. Let's have a look at the positives. Right. It's a commercial area, it's not a residential area. It's only ancillary work. All work carried out is internal and DIY level. Officers are in approval of that. It's only storage. We've had no complaints from the existing operational area. It comes within the general employment area. The only issue that I would have is the storage. Why? An officer said that could be a condition. And it's a temporary application for 3 years. Now, that's my take on it. But after listening to Councillor Hiller, the duration of 3 years doesn't fit very nicely with me. If it's a temporary consent or permission, I would be more inclined to go in favour of about 6 months or maximum a year. But 3 years, I would agree that it's more or less like a semi-permanent condition. So the duration is an issue for me. Now, on the issue of British Sugar, I totally disagree with that. Does British Sugar pay its employers to look out the window, or are they going to focus on the computers and do their work, right? How many times are they going to look out the window? So I don't buy that argument, right? Obviously, if I'm employing someone, I'd ask them to focus on the computer and produce some work, or will they be looking out the window? But again, British Sugar's view is not so much credible to me, because they'll be focusing on their work rather than looking out the window. How many times are they going to look out the window? Once. But again, the duration of 3 years is my serious concern, unless any committee member could convince me any further. I am minded to go against the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Similarly along the lines to Councillor Iqbal, I didn't really think about it from sort of British Sugar point of view, to be honest with you. Picking up on what Lindsay was saying before, is I thought, actually, yeah, it is temporary. But to be honest with you, it seems as though, we'll stick a few bushes up and we'll put a couple of skips in. Will that do? And over a 3-year period, whilst I didn't come at it from British Sugar's point of view, I really did come with an open mind about this one, and I thought that I was actually going to go in favour of it. And it seems to me, it all seems to be unloaded. We'll do it afterwards if it's a problem. And none of it seems retrofitting rather than sort of planning ahead for a site that will be there for 3 years. Is it the best use of the site, or is it something they're just moving it there with, okay, we'll even put clothes skips on and we'll stick some bushes around it. And I'm just not terribly convinced by that argument, to be honest with you, particularly if you're saying that had it been a permanent site, you were clear, we'd refuse it. I'll be honest. So it may fit the letter of the law, but there's nothing about it to me that actually fits the spirit. So again, on balance, coming here today, I'm minded to go against officer recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
So when I was looking at this application, I was looking at the reasons why to refuse it and looking at the reasons why to go for it. And the main thing was the out of character. And I think it is kind of saying it is a temporary, but is it really temporary with 3 years? I think with a site like that, I think it does feel like, even though it's a empty land, it's like it's trying to shoehorning something in there to use a purpose, just so that we've got a bit of empty land. So I'm mindful to go against offer's recommendation for being out of character, because I just feel they're using the land for the purpose of using the land.
Anyone else? Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. My issue with it is, again, the term, but also I'm looking at what's the existing site and on Clubway and how that's been utilised and how that will then make this new site look. And it does, as Councillor Hiller says, it does look like scrapyard. And it's not just from British Sugar, but if you drive on the Parkway and you look down, you see it from there, and it looks unsightly. If you drive to Hampton from London Road and you drive past the existing site, there's nothing being done to hide it or shield that site. And if you need to hide and shield stuff and put bushes in front of it to hide a problem, then it is a problem in my mind. So on that respect, I would be voting against officer's recommendation.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Hiller.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just picking up on a couple of the comments made by Councillor Iqbal. It's employment area, it's not residential. Well, you'll probably find that most of the people working there spend more time in that office than they do at home. In the current climate, they're working hard. They're not just looking out windows and being paid to look out windows. It's just part of the ambience of a pleasant place to work. Now, you may not have that, I don't know, but I'm sure the British Sugar people do, and could be valued because of that. I know we keep going on about British Sugar, but they are a blue chip, world leading company. They've chosen to relocate from their existing site, their previous site, to this site because they want to stay in Peterborough. Let's encourage people like that to stay in Peterborough and build their HQs, build their prestigious offices. We want growth. Of course we want growth. We want the right type of growth. And I think the point was made earlier about, yes, this may be eligible for the type of use that's being envisaged here in this application, but it ain't what's there now. And I think we've got to be very conscious of that. This is, it's British Sugar. It's a site next to the British Sugar HQ. I mean, they're not Tubby Isaac's Whelk stall. I mean, it's British Sugar. So I think we need to be very careful what we allow here. And the temporary application, 3 years, that's more than just temporary for me. That's getting on for too long to expect people to look at something that we saw on the Friday. That's just my own thoughts, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody else? I have to say, and I go on about site visits as councillor, as I already said, and my passion for people wherever possible to make it because they're important. And one of the things that's come up quite a lot in this meeting is the visual amenity, and the effect it could have on other businesses around there. Now, maybe I'm just a bit naive, but I think if somebody was going to come and have a look at my house, I'd probably clean it. Knowing that we were going to come and have a look on the Friday, and most likely go and have a look at, and we were lucky that the same person's got a plot bit further down the road and see a complete tip, effectively, with rubbish everywhere, strewn everywhere, up against the fence. God only knows if there's any contamination involved in that rubbish. It doesn't bode well to that there'll be a responsible business. And I think from a city's point of view, do we want to portray that? Sure, do we want to portray they are responsible businesses. That we and I can't really. I don't think we could really sort of like condition too harshly on this, because who's going to actually enforce this? We haven't got the officers to continue to enforce every skip, and whether it's emptied in time, we won't be able to do it. Let's be realistic. So I don't think, and I don't think that the shuttering would be enough. Certainly the tree landscaping bit down the other side of the A15 would help, but that's not going to be overnight, is it? Let's be honest. These are saplings; they take a while, don't they? So you'll probably be the first year, you'll probably still be able to see it. I just think the whole message is that they're not responsible. If it was a temporary sort of application, somebody who I thought would look after the land and do what they had to for a period of time, maybe if it was just storage, I wouldn't have had a big problem with it. It's all the rubbish and everything else thrown all over the place. So from an LP16 point of view, as has already been mentioned, I don't see that offers anything to this area. And unfortunately for the applicant, they've just shown us exactly what they do. So I can't support it. Thank you. Anybody else wish to add to the debate? Should we have a proposal? Anybody got one of those at this point? Going around the table. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to try and keep it fairly simple based on the comments that they made. For me, I'd like to propose that certainly we go against the officer's decision on this occasion, simply on the point of LP16, that the development proposal will not contribute positively to the character and distinctiveness of the area, as we've seen, and against policy LP, that it's not in compliance with policy LP17 in relation to amenity of neighbours, pollution control, and potentially crime and disorder, given the current location of the current site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Unless officers have got any other further comments.
Are you happy with what they say, or do you want to clarify anything on that before we, as to the reasons?
Yep, sorry, just on LP17, you said noise,
pollution. Sorry, noise, pollution, and potentially crime and disorder, given allegations made against the existing site. But happy that's not relevant. It's really amenity of neighbouring properties.
Yeah, I think that's just the clarity that you need at the moment, because you've read out the policy.
Yes.
But that part didn't count, did it?
No.
Noise. So can we make sure you only clarify noise isn't in there?
noise isn't in there.
Because we don't want to be given, you don't want to be given if it ends up as refused, you don't want to be putting something in that isn't true, effectively, or that you're not worried about. So
Just for clarity, sorry.
you said noise, you read something with noise in it, so just ask.
That's right. So just for clarity, sorry, Chair. It would be not in accordance with LP16 in terms of design and character and appearance impact, and it won't contribute positively. And in terms of LP17, it was the pollution, crime risk, and impact on the amenity of the neighbours. Okay, thank you.
Clear with that? Yes, certainly. Mr. Moore, you want to come in? Phil.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I would say that LP16 is a reasonable justification to refuse. I would urge caution on LP17 though, unless you've got some compelling evidence that this is going to result in an unacceptable level of noise and pollution. And my advice would be to stay away from that one and just stick with LP16.
Yeah, are you happy with that, Councillor Sharp?
Yeah, so just my view on pollution is there's obviously HGV vehicles, that's clear from the application of the HGV movements, and that there doesn't seem to be any mitigation to land contamination, but happy to take officers' advice and stick with LB16 if they think that's...
Just 16. Okay, so 17, yeah. Yeah, okay, so we have a proposal. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hussain, yeah, seconding. So it's a proposal, it's been seconded, so we'll go to the vote. All those in favour of the proposal? I'm pretty sure that's unanimous.
Yes, unanimous.
Yes, that's the unanimous vote, so the application is refused. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll just have a quick change round. Just bear with us. There will be a break after this one, just so as you know, in case you need one before. Yeah, you're not voting as such, so I'm quite happy, yes. Yeah, of course, if you've got to make one, yeah. It's warm in here. We need aircon. We need some air conditioning. It's hot. It's such a little thing. No, it's cost it much. Have to be a contribution. And some- Mm. I'll bet it. Bet. Yeah. Yes, okay. Okay, committee, we'll move on now to item 5.2, which is the recreation ground at Thorpe Road, Peterborough, and the application will be introduced by Molly Hood when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the application at Thorpe Recreation Ground. It's for the variation of condition 8 from the original 2018 application, and that relates to the mobile classroom, changing facilities and toilets within that building as well. So this slide just demonstrates the location plan. You can see there the entirety of the site that also incorporates the football pitch and running track that was approved on that 2018 application as well. And this proposed site plan demonstrates what is currently present on site as well. So this was taken as well from the 2018 application. You can see the football pitch and you can see the running track to the south. And then this is the building, which is in relation to this current application only. So that includes one classroom, toilet facilities and changing facilities for the children to use. Just provided this slide here to provide context of the school that are actually using the pitch and the classroom. So you can see the school at the top of the slide and then the location of the current application site and its proximity and where the children can walk down to use the facilities. And then these are just some images taken from the officer site visit. So this gives you a really clear indication of what the building looks like currently on site and the current condition of it. This image is looking at the building from the other half of the recreation ground, which is still available for public use. This is a closer image of the building. You can see the condition in there. In the foreground, you can see the 2.4 metre metal mesh fence that does surround the site, and the further image will illustrate the landscaping that does cover the majority of this fencing. That's the main entrance gates into the school facilities. So this is the image which really illustrates the mature landscaping that's taken shape. Behind that is the mesh fence, and then you'll be able to see just here the top of that classroom building. And this image illustrates the vehicular access into the site that can be required in the event of emergency and for maintenance of the building. So this just demonstrates the floor plan of that temporary building. So you can see the classroom and the welfare facilities for the children to use. And then this is just the location plan again. So I just wanted to run through some of the main considerations of this proposal.
So the original condition was condition 8, and that was on that 2018 application. Through subsequent discharges of the old application and conditions that are no longer applicable, this has now changed to condition 6 on the current application. So that's where the numbers have changed. Permission is sought to extend that temporary permission for a further 5 years, and that would allow the mobile classroom to be on site until the 31st of August 2028. So just addressing the principle of this building, there's obviously been a lot of discussion already today about temporary buildings and temporary permissions. So just to run through really what the national guidance is on that, yes, there is national guidance saying temporary permissions and continuing those is rarely acceptable. However, in instances where there's rationale and sites for school facilities, this is an exception. So this site in particular, it is for a school classroom, it is to support PE curriculum, and there has been sufficient justification received from the Peterborough Education Projects Officer to demonstrate the continuing need for the primary school to use the facilities. The primary school doesn't have the on-site facilities to support the outdoor sports equipment, or it doesn't have the facilities to provide the welfare then if the building was to be removed, as that includes the toilets and changing facilities. So therefore we've concluded that there is sufficient justification, there is a need still required for this facility, and as such the recommendation is made to approve the extension of the mobile classroom for 5 years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Molly. Could I call Jill Murdoch, please, to the front? Good afternoon, Ms Murdoch. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes when you're ready to address the members, and with about 30 seconds to go. If you get that far, you'll be reminded that you've got 30 seconds to go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Jill Murdoch and I'm the chair of the Thorpe Gate Residents Association, within whose area this playing field lies. It's quite interesting. After everything that has been said about temporary permissions on the last application, we're now talking about a 10-year temporary application. 5 years already gone and 5 more years to go. Justification for this planning extension, as given in the letter of 3rd November 2022, states that the hut is essential to enable changing and other facilities for pupils using the adjacent playing field. Obviously, a school playing field requires such facilities. However, an unused grassy field does not, and the fact is that this playing field is almost completely unused. Since planning permission was granted in June 2018, the field, according to people in the houses that overlook it and those of us that walk by regularly, has been used approximately 8 times. And this is a football field plus athletics track. Of course, it needed a year or so of preparation initially, and then COVID came along and closed schools for a few months. During the extended COVID period, however, when schools were open, it was widely accepted that the best thing to do with kids, if possible, was outdoor activities. That didn't happen for West Town kids. Schools have now been in a normal curriculum for a good couple of years, and it is said in the documents that physical education is an important part of that. But still, the sports field sits waiting, as does the hut, the classroom hut. West Town School has realised that the field is a white elephant for them, as they have been trying to rent it out, specifically against the conditions of the original planning consent. They even put a board up on the field gates offering it for rent until complaints from local people led to a swift removal of the board. But it is known that they have let it out, as in more than one of the roughly 8 uses, it was by teenagers, not primary school children. In the one example of use that I saw, the teenagers' minibus was labelled as being from a school in the Midlands. So West Town School does not use the field, or at best, if they have ever used it themselves, it is rare. They know they do not need it, and they cannot even be trusted to comply with planning conditions. What possible reason can there be for the field to not now come back to public use with, of course, removal of the classroom hut? Don't forget that West Town School has a large area of grass on its own premises for children to use, and they do use it, including for some sports. It is presented, this extension is presented as if it is an inner city school with a concrete yard. That is very far from the case. Paragraph 5 6.1.5 of the conclusion of the final report to this committee of 16th of this month says there is a clear public benefit in maintaining the hut. Perhaps you can tell me what the public benefit is in maintaining an unused porter cabin. And by extension, what is the public benefit in maintaining an unused fenced-off field that the hut was intended to support? There is a photo in the Design and Access Statement of January 2018, around the 4th page, of Thorpe Meadows looking east. It shows you what local people have lost. Family groups used to picnic there, informal 5-a-side and 11-a-side football competitions were played there, groups of friends would set up temporary volleyball nets for afternoon battles, golf swings were practised. It's a long field, thickly enclosed on 3 sides by hedgerows and woods. Just one short side is open to a footpath. It was a very safe environment for kids to run around and for ball games. Whereas the fields that residents are left with, the field west of the footpath, that used to be a glorious biodiversity meadow, is smaller, is open on 2 sides to footpaths, and on the 3rd side is bordered by a steep banked stream. Far less space, far less safe for both kids and balls, and while it is used, it is far less used than the East Meadow was when it was public, and never for the informally organised sports events that we used to see. Events that were so good for both physical and mental health for local residents. So surely the clear public benefit mentioned in the conclusion of the final report can only be that the school's unused fences and hut should be removed and the field returned to public use. The school has demonstrated by lack of use that it does not need either the field or the hut. The school demonstrated that it cannot be trusted to stick to the requirements of planning consent by renting out the unused field. Why would you consider continuing the school's tenure of an empty field and classroom hut for another 5 years when the local residents would welcome back this lost amenity? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Spot on time. Members, do you have questions at all? You can stay there, please. Just stay there while we just take questions if there's any questions.
Anticipating that.
Yeah. Councillor Hiller.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Good afternoon. I've listened very closely to what you were saying, and you speak of a general keenness to return this land back for public use. However, that's slightly countered by the amount of responses to the consultations that went out by planning officers, 154, of which only 7 bothered to respond and only 4 were actually supportive of your stance, which was to object to the planning application. How do you justify that? How do you reconcile that?
I have to agree, Councillor, that that's somewhat disappointing, but I don't think you're going to be surprised as a politician that the public responds very rarely to things like this. People think, oh, well, the council's made its decision, there's nothing I can do about it. And they leave it, well, and certainly given an active residents association, they leave it up to the residents association to deal with it. And so whilst it's very disappointing that there weren't floods of complaints, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest. And I mean, you've only got to look at our turnouts at elections to see how many people bother to vote, which is even sadder, I must admit.
Thank you. If I might, Chair, I think you make a fair point. Yes, the response to consultations is often disappointing. However, this is, as in your own words, is surrounded by properties. This particular field. I would also sort of make the point: be careful what you wish for, because at the moment you're saying it's only been used 8 times. You know, that could be to the benefit of a lot of the residents that actually back onto it because they don't have potential noise from the general public. But I'm still a little bit disappointed, and I'm sure you must be, as you've already expressed, that only 4 people are of similar mind to your good self. That I'm sure you'll agree again is disappointing.
Yes, I mean noise when the field was public was never ever an issue for local residents. There was a lot of concern that the school playing there would cause a lot of noise, but luckily, because the school doesn't use it, there has been no noise whatsoever. But I did knock on lots of the doors that border the field and that are very close to it, and everybody would like it back. But of course, they don't put in the complaints. Possibly they don't know the system to put in complaints, although I know it was explained in a leaflet. And perhaps it's my fault because I knocked on doors, so it was obvious I was going to do something, or the Residents Association was going to do something. But there is definitely a local feeling that, well, that the field is wasted, completely wasted. I mean, just for the sake of peace and quiet, you do not want a fenced off field doing absolutely nothing, costing a lot of money, presumably to the council, in being maintained, because the field has a lot of landscaping and maintenance work done on it. And I don't know whether the school pays for that directly or whether the council pays for it out of our council taxes. But why? Why do they pay that? Because it's not used.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Murdoch. You've obviously made quite a case in terms of the lack of use of the location. I think you'd quoted a couple of times that it's only been used on 8 occasions. The report does mention a letter being received from the Peterborough Education Capital Projects Officer reiterating the need, and I just wonder what your view is and why you think they would do that if it's only been used on 8 occasions in 4.5 years.
Your guess is as good as mine. If you read the letter, as I said, all it says is that it's a sports playing field, and a sports playing field needs a changing facility and toilets, etc. Something I completely agree with. But this is not a sports playing field. It's an empty piece of grass that gets mowed on a regular basis and weeded, and it does not need changing facilities. It does not need toilet facilities. Neen Park, in the original planning application, Neen Park had said they would use the classroom, or at least the school said Neen Park had said that they would use the classroom for nature talks for the public, etc. But that hasn't happened either. So none of that classroom activity, nature walk activity, which the school was also going to do, to the best of my knowledge, has happened. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Yes, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if, in your capacity as are you chair of the Residents Association, if you've actually written to the school and to Neen Park to ask them for any comments on why the facility isn't being used.
As such, no, I don't think so. But we did contact them to ask why they were trying to rent it out when they promised they never would rent it out, and clearly were renting it out because there's no teenagers at West Town Primary. But the response was that it was an accident. Which didn't impress me an awful lot. Neen Park were never a major player in it. I think they were just going to make use of the facility if it was there. The facility is there and they haven't, but they've made other plans, I think. They've changed quite a lot in the last 5 years. So, no, I suppose I haven't directly said to them, you never use it, why not? But then they don't use it, so what difference would it make if they had a reason?
Okay. Councillor Hogg.
I'm just trying to square away some sort of inconsistency to your arguments. On the one hand, you're saying that you want it made available for public use, and yet on the other hand, you're also saying that the school can't rent it out for other people to use. Presumably, Neen Park would need to rent it out from them to make that use. Even if it was a peppercorn, it would still be effectively renting out that facility. So it's a question of, either you want that space to be used more frequently or you don't. But it seems that you're kind of saying you want it used more frequently, but you don't want the school to get any benefit from that. Is that correct?
No. I think you've misunderstood. The school has the area completely fenced off and it cannot be used by anybody else at all, ever, not even during school holidays. But they are not making use of the facility. If their fence was removed, the facility would be used very regularly by local people and by people in the general local Peterborough area who would come to use it. It was a condition of planning or a version of a condition of planning that they would not rent it out to other schools or other organisations, because of the local fears of traffic, and that if it was rented out to schools at a distance, there would need to be parking there, which there is not. There are no parking facilities, and the local people did not want parking facilities to be made available there. I don't know how you would, and so that is why there was no renting out allowed. And also, Neen Park was just, Neen Park, I think, had said, oh, it would be quite useful to have a classroom available at that part of the electric cut, etc., where you could look at small creatures and so on. But to the best of my knowledge, they have never followed up on that. So them bringing a party along, presumably walking, because it's all part of Neen Park now, would not be the same as a school in the Midlands coming down with parents in cars and whatever.
Okay, can I just come in at this point and just to sort of, as part of my role, to direct you, right? Because I think we're going down an avenue, probably accidentally, but if you listen to the officer's report, the field is not in question here. And the use of the field is already conditioned in condition 2 in the thing that it's not for rent. So you're quite right that they can't. It's the building we're talking about here, and we try not to get ourselves engrossed in opening the field up, because that's not what's on the table. What's on the table is, does the mobile building stay there, or doesn't it, on a temporary basis? So when you're questioning and debating later, can you try to keep to that area? Because the fence coming down in the field is not what's up for grabs or for discussion or determination. So I don't want you to waste your effort going into something that we won't be able to accept. I don't know if you want to add any more on that, Molly. Just bear with us.
Yeah.
If I just add, so yeah, it's condition 2, and that's restricted the use to solely be by West Town Primary School. So they wouldn't be able to rent it out during summer holidays or to have any other school rent it from them as well. And yes, the condition, which was condition 8, now condition 6, only applies to that mobile classroom building. The football pitch, the fence, and the running track would all still remain on site. They've got permanent permission for that. Oh, I would also just add that the football goals, as part of that original permission, were relocated side of the recreational ground. So they're still there available to the public. That space can still be used by the public.
Okay. So obviously, if there are any questions from now on, please, obviously for yourself as well, it must be directed down that line so we don't keep going off on a tangent. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions at all for Ms. Murdoch? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Given that there's no more questions, I can tuck it on to. Yes, I appreciate that the playing field is not in question either at the moment. However, the hut is absolutely not required unless the playing field is used. That is my point. The use of the hut or otherwise is neither here nor there to me, but the hut is not required. So therefore, there's no reason to extend its permission if the playing field is not used, which it is not. Thank you, Chair.
You've made your point, and thank you for making it. Okay, you can now obviously return to the public area. Okay, members, do you have any questions for officers regarding this application? Sorry, Councillor Iqbal, did you have a question?
Yes. Sorry. Thank you, and through you, Chair. My question to officers is, why are we giving an extension when we know that if it's on a temporary basis, then we don't give a further extension? Why in this particular case?
Yep, so obviously there's guidance within the National Planning Policy Framework about temporary permissions, and then in support of that there's guidance within the Planning Practice Guidance, so the PPG. Within there it does specify, if I just sort of read you the extract, it says it's advised it's rarely justifiable to grant second temporary permissions, which is part of our discussion earlier. However, there are exceptions, such as cases where there's clear rationale, temporary classrooms or other school facilities. So in this instance, it was a school facility, and we've had the rationale from the Peterborough Education Projects Officer. So therefore, we've considered it met the test.
Now, through Jill's presentation, if I'm right to understand, that she said that the school had made offers to rent the place out to other people. Has the council received any complaints or any sort of correspondence to that effect? That the school has breached their conditions, planning conditions?
So, as far as I'm aware, we haven't been made aware that there was a breach of condition. There's been no feedback in terms from pollution control or matters like that in terms of noise. But like I said, if there was an issue with renting the field out, then that can be reported to planning enforcement. There is a condition there to secure that use.
Sorry, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Same question that I raised to Mrs. Murdoch, if I may, and that's in relation to the use, and obviously the letter from our Educational Capital Projects Officer saying it is obviously a distinct need for it, but as we've heard, it's only been used 8 times, and I just wondered whether us as council officers, as planning officers, whether that was challenged or questioned, and whether there's any further clarity on the reasons for the need, given the claims that it's not in use.
So, obviously, it is just sort of a anecdotal comment. We have got the officer there who would deal with the school and deals with whether that PE curriculum is covered. What I would say is it's just one small part of the curriculum. It's not there to be used as playtime space. It is just purely to cover that PE need for the children. So we wouldn't expect it to be used every day, all day, every day. But yeah, we have had that letter from the educational officer to demonstrate that there is a need still for the mobile building to support the PE use on that site. Without it, children wouldn't have changing facilities, a classroom and toilets to use alongside the football pitch and running track.
Councillor Hogg.
I just want to clarify the thing about why it's a temporary permission rather than a permanent one. Is it because of the construction of the building itself, and that it is temporary in its nature, and so therefore every 5 years it gives us a chance to look at the building and kind of go, actually that needs to come down now because it's now past its sell-by date, as it were.
Yes, so it's sort of twofold, really. One, the first reason would be to make sure that the appearance of it remains appropriate, it's not detrimental to that public space. Currently, it's been well maintained, so that would be looked at in 5 years' time. And then also the second reason would be to make sure the need is still there. We don't want to maintain a building which may not be no longer required, so that again would be looked at.
Any others? No. Should we move to debate then? Oh no, have you got a question, Mr. Councillor Mood?
Yeah, just a clarification. So is the building maintained by the school or the council?
I don't have the exact answer on that, I'm afraid, but it would be maintained as part of the school operations. That's as far as I could advise. Chair, I think we've also got one more speaker.
Sorry, I don't know who you are and what you want to speak about. Oh, yes, you're right. My apologies. Give us a second. I'll call you. Don't worry. I haven't got to that yet. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We have got another speaker, by the way. So, okay. Here we just clarified some points. It doesn't matter. We can. That's okay. So, did you want to come in first?
I just wanted to make a point. Even if it was the case that this hasn't been used very much over the last 5 years or whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't a need for it going forwards. And we have that evidence from our education officer to back that up.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, okay, those questions are certainly genuine and they've been asked. So, but we'll go back one step, please, and we'll call Mr. William Nichols, please. This page, John, as well. Good afternoon, Mr. Nichols. Sorry about we jumped one line. As previously, you'll have 5 minutes to address committee when you're ready. And when we've got 30 seconds to go, a democratic officer will remind you. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee, and also officers present. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Peterborough City Council's Education Department in support of this application for the continued use of a mobile block at the recreation ground Thorpe Lee, Peterborough. As explained by the officer, but as a further point of clarification, this application is for the continued temporary use of the mobile building, which forms a classroom, changing facilities and toilets, rather than for the enclosed sports pitch and running track used by West Town Primary School, which benefits from permanent planning permission, as set out in the original application. The sports pitches have an accident permission, which is not part of the consideration today. Nevertheless, the recreation ground comprises a very small part of the wider green corridor that runs in an east-west direction along the River Nene between the city centre, Nene Park and Ferry Meadows, and there remains a large area of open space for residents and visitors alike. The current site provides those facilities for PE space within approximately 300 metres of West Town Primary School. It enables the school to be able to provide PE lessons as part of its curriculum without a prohibitive time penalty in reaching playing fields further away from the school. The temporary mobile classroom provides essential facilities such as changing rooms, toilets, without which the sports pitch and running track wouldn't be able to operate effectively. It is in regular use and is required. It also provides flexibility moving forward for the school in providing sports facilities for changing and evolving pupil numbers. There is no minimum use requirement for the facilities as part of the original planning application. While it is acknowledged that the school had in the past inadvertently advertised the use of the sports village facilities, this is subsequently been advised by planners that this was in contravention of the permission, and I can unequivocally confirm that the school is not renting out the field for public use nor advertising it. I understand that there's been some objection from members of the public questioning whether or not there is a need for these facilities. As explained above, these are vital to the operational use of the sports facilities. Members will have seen the sports pitches in use when they visited the site on Friday. This need has been confirmed in a letter that was received in support from the Peterborough Education Capital Projects Officer, confirming the continued need for these facilities, as the school has no grass playing fields. The building is an essential part of the off-site sports provision, as it provides the school with students with toilets, changing facilities, and a classroom space when accessing the school playing field. Without it, sports use for the school would be seriously compromised, and while it may be able to continue to use the sports pitches without the mobile classroom, this would result in children having to change at the school itself and would raise issues relating to their welfare with toilets some distance away. It should be noted that refusing planning permission today would not result in the reversion of the sports fields to public use. It would simply create significant logistical difficulties for the school in providing PE and sports uses. It should also be noted that the permanent principle of the use was established by the original planning permission. The reason the mobile classroom was granted a temporary consent was the nature of mobiles is that unlike permanent buildings, they can, as has been discussed, deteriorate over time, hence the granting of this for only a temporary period. As members will have seen from the site visit on Friday, the building is currently in a good condition and appropriate to remain for a further 5 years. It should also be noted that there have been no objections from any statutory or non-statutory consultees other than some local residents, with the wildlife officer raising no objection to the variation of the condition, advising that this does not create any significant negative impacts on ecological constraints relevant to the site, and the trees officer stating that there's no objection to the proposal and there are no TPOs, tree preservation orders, adjacent to the site. Neither is the site within a conservation area. There are therefore no material changes in my view that would justify departure from the acceptable principle established by the grant of the original consent on the 15th of June 2018. The proposal helps to maintain good sports facilities for West Town Primary School in accordance with the local plan and planning policy framework. And the proposal, the retention of the mobile classroom, changing facilities and toilet, would not result in unacceptable harm to the residential amenity of neighbouring occupiers. So in our view, Chair, we kindly request that planning permission be granted for this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nichols. Any questions for Ms. Nichols, Councillor Heather?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you. Just a point of clarification, Mr. Nichols. You said that the school has no grass playing fields, and yet Mrs. Murdoch, in her address, said that it had. I think, if I understood her correctly, could you just clarify that?
My understanding is that this is the only grass playing fields that the primary school has. As you know, the site is on the sort of close to the old former hospital, and obviously there aren't any grass playing fields there.
Anybody else got any questions? Councillor Sharp?
Yes, thank you, Chair. In two parts this, I mean, back to the original question I've asked on two occasions, I think, to two different individuals. Your thoughts on the lack of use claims? I mean, you claimed it's obviously a key asset, but I just wondered whether you've got any comment or feedback as to those. And my second question, follow up to that, is effectively, if there's such a driven need, why not a permanent building, given that the temporary one is connected into infrastructure, surface water and so on? why not a permanent building in conjunction with Neem Park?
So, in answer to your first question, it is in regularly. I'm not sure whether the figure of 8 times came about. It's considerably more than that. Although, albeit it hasn't been used permanently. But I think it's very much part of the flexible needs of the school as and when. So I think that's the first thing. And pupil numbers do go up and down, and conditions change. But in answer to your second point, sorry, could you just clarify what the second point?
It was just that given the demonstration and claims of need, why not a permanent?
Yes, sorry, yes, yeah.
Permanent application, given that the infrastructure is in place.
I think I think it's broadly a case of capital funding programs that the school has. Obviously, you'll be aware that many of the schools in Peterborough and beyond are dealing with sort of changing pupil numbers, and the rolling program means that often there are temporary, which isn't obviously necessarily always an ideal solution. I think it's certainly something I'll feed back, but at the moment there's no plans to build a permanent facility there.
I just have to say that obviously it's really a question that you need to disregard, everybody, because it's a nice to know, but it's not what we're looking at. We're looking at the next, whether or not to give another temporary permission for another 5 years. It's not for us to decide whether it should be permanent or temporary. Okay, good question, but it isn't relevant on this one. Councillor Hogg?
Just a quick question. Would the site, and specifically the facility that we're talking about today, if it was no longer available to the school, would that affect the Ofsted rating of the school at all?
I'm afraid I'm probably not qualified to answer that question. I'm afraid I'd have to come back. I'm not familiar with that. Sorry.
No, we'll leave that one out. We'll leave that one unless you're qualified. Anybody else got any questions before we move on? Now we've done. Thank you very much, sir. You can return back to the public area. We've done some questions. Any other questions have come forward from that for officers before we move to the debate? No. Okay. Debate then. Who would like to start that off? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that was a bit of a low one. That threw my world into a state of chasis when we talked about the whole thing. But I remember Molly distinctly saying the fence would stay, the playing field would stay, and the only thing is, and it's just for my own benefit, nothing else is up for debate here other than that building staying where it is for a period of 5 years for the reason presumably capital expenditure and the fluctuation in school numbers. Yeah, so for me, on that basis, I can say I took on board everything that Jill was saying, but I can't see any way around what we're doing at the moment other than to go with officer recommendations.
Councillor,
Thank you, Chair. On balance, I am in favour of going in favour with the officer's recommendation for the following reasons: that the mobile is to be used for PE use only. PE use only. So if something is used just for a PE use only, then the question whether it's used less or more is irrelevant. When you have a lesson for PE, that's the time you will use it. So it's not a playground, it's for PE use only. The Education Department is supporting it. The other point which I think is quite relevant, and I attach a lot of weight to it, is the initial consultation of 154 people, and out of them only 4 people objected. That's a serious amount of consultation, but in response, the response is nothing. Again, in favour of it, there is no minimal use requirement, as the officer said. It is as and when the school want to use it. I had some concerns about school renting it or advertising it. Again, officers said that nothing has happened like that, so the school have not been in breach of their condition. And most importantly, I think what the committee needs to consider, children's best interest is paramount. That's the primary consideration that should be at our heart. And based on that, if we are minded to go against it, I think that will have an impact on the children's welfare and best interest. Again, no objections from the statutory and non-statutory consultees. On that basis, I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you. Unless members convince me otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So a lot of these applications that we come to, they tend to be fairly close to the wire in terms of whether or not you feel that you should be supporting them or not, and specifically those ones where you'll go against officers' recommendations. This, from my point of view, is not really very close at all to that wire. It's fairly definitely one that I feel that we should be supporting this application and the recommendations of the officer. The condition of the building looks to be in very good order. The site has been very well maintained. I think that the kind of the shielding around the fence, there's only a very small proportion of the fence that can actually be seen from the outside because of the treatment that has gone on around the site. I think we're not here to debate whether or not the field needs to be used as a sports field. What we're here to debate is whether or not this field needs to have a temporary building in place to support something that has already been decided, which is that this facility is needed by the school. And I think there's nothing I've seen today or heard today that says that actually this building is no longer required. If you are going to have a sports field there for the use of children, you do need a building of some description so that they can use facilities. Even if it's not the changing, certainly in terms of the toilet facilities, I would suggest is of paramount importance for those children. So I wholeheartedly support this application. There's no heavy heart. It's absolutely 100%. I'm quite keen for this to continue.
Thank you, Councillor Hiller.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I completely agree with Councillor Hogg. To me, it's a fairly straightforward case. It is just the unit that we're considering its further temporary existence. I think it's a little bit disingenuous calling it a hut, as has happened on a number of occasions this afternoon. I don't consider it a hut. It is a proper serviced unit, and I'm sure however many times it's used, when it is used, it's particularly appreciated. There are no parking facilities, Chair, so it hasn't created and won't create a noise from vehicles of any impact. There's no real visual impact from our inspection on Friday. There doesn't appear to be any visual impact for residents, and it seems to be in very good repair. So I don't have any compunction at all about allowing its continued use for another 5 years. I should think most schools, certainly inner city schools, would give their eye teeth for a facility like this, and so to take it away almost arbitrarily, I think would be wrong. So I support the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else want to come in? I'll just finish up from my point of view then that I agree with everything that's been said. I'm not going to go over all of it again. It is just the building, as I've reminded you, and you've now taken on board. It is a temporary for another 5 years. It is in good condition. It's in excellent condition, actually, when we went on visit. And I would just add, and I'm not going to effectively challenge or suggest that what we've been told is wrong, but I'm sure you all notice, and I know I sound like a stuck record on the site visit, there were children in there playing on the football pitch. So there you go. So look at you, all right, but I've been how many times, but it just maybe that's from the other one. Oh, somebody's coming, let's go on. I don't know, but you see what I mean? It's all about sometimes. So anyway, they were there and they were playing and they seemed to be enjoying themselves. And quite right, they would need facilities. So I have no problem with this at all. I think we're sticking with the building. The building needs to be there, and I will support officers' recommendation. Anybody else want to come in on debate, or should we go for a proposal? Let's go for a proposal. Anybody going to do that one? Oh, Councillor Iqbal. Hand went up quick.
Let Councillor go. I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation.
And a seconder, Councillor Hogg. Okay, so proposal, seconded. Go to the vote. All those in favour of the proposal? That's a unanimous decision again, so the application for the temporary building extension is approved. Okay, thank you everybody. I'm going to give you a 15-minute break because of the next item, the fact we're all hot and probably need to have a stretch. So we will be back at 3:30, please. Please remember, committee, that not to discuss any of the items still to come on the agenda with anybody, and I'll see you at 3:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's agenda item 5.3. If I could ask officers to introduce the, oh, sorry. Got a question? Yes, you can.
Thank you, Chair.
Just 1 second, please. That's a rush. I've just taken some advice from officers. They said that the question you've had, when we ask you to come to give you a presentation, you can ask that question at that time. We'll have to allow the officers to give a presentation first.
I think my question really relates before the meeting starts.
Just bear with 1 second. Can you comment on that, please?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The proceedings are as kind of set out in the standing orders. So there would need to be a presentation, and similar to all of the parties who want to comment, that will need to happen afterwards. So if there are comments that you wish to make, they will need to happen after presentation, in line with what's needed for other parties as well.
So, well, really, the question I'm relating to is whether certain members of this committee can stay on the committee because of things that have been said, whether they've got a determined...
Again, comments in relation to the application, it's perfectly reasonable for you to put those comments forward, but we do need to follow the procedure set out, which starts with the presentation by officers, and then members of the public and elected members can then give their comments. So it may be appropriate to deal with it there.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Okay, if you could reassume our meeting. Can I ask officers to introduce the item, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This application relates to land at Horsey Bridge at Whittlesea Road at Stand Ground. It's an outline planning application, and it's one where all matters are reserved except for access. It proposes a mix of office, industrial and storage and distribution development up to a maximum floor space of around 15,000 square metres. The site location plan we have in front of us indicates the red line of the application site, and also a blue line which indicates land owned by the applicant but that does not form part of the application. First of all, turning to the policy context, the plan that we have here shows a blue dotted line which represents the boundary of Peterborough City Council. That lies adjacent to the application site, which is located within the centre of the slide. To the west of the site is the boundary of Peterborough's built-up area, and you can see the residential area of Stand Ground. And to the south of the application site and south of the A605 lies a scheduled monument known as Horsey Fort. I'm now going to show you a number of photographs of the application site from a number of different key views around it. The first one looking across the A605, and then looking westwards from the approximate location of the new access junction, looking across the site. Looking at the frontage with the A605, and then looking eastwards across the River Nene. The illustrative master plan that you can see on the screen now is only for illustrative purposes, and it only shows the access for actual consideration and determination today. What the illustrative master plan does show is how the quantum of development may be accommodated on the site, and you can see that indicated in the grey area. The access to the site would be located off the A605 just here, and it would provide access into the site but also across the river to the Crane Depot. And this means that the existing access to the Crane Depot may be closed. The green area here is in line with the blue area that you saw on the previous slide. It would be an area of land that would be kept free from any development. And to the south of the site, you can see the Horsey Fort, the scheduled monument, and residential development over to the west. Just by way of planning background, members will recall that this application was previously considered by Planning Committee on the 21st of March. And at that meeting, committee resolved to refuse planning permission for 2 reasons. The first one was on the basis that the application failed to demonstrate that there was insufficient employment land, and therefore the application was considered to be contrary to LP2 and LP4 of the local plan. And the second reason that members resolved was that the application failed to demonstrate that there would be no harm to the landscape and visual setting of the site, contrary to LP27. Following the meeting, there was a resolution to call the application to the Appeals and Planning Review Committee. However, that meeting did not take place due to the pre-election period. One of the call-ins was withdrawn, and the appeal therefore fell away. The application is now brought back to you, to the Planning Committee, on the basis that there is new material considerations available to committee. And those new considerations are around the interpretation of policy LP4. In the meantime, we've also sought a barrister's opinion on the reasons put forward for refusal. These are confidential, but they're attached on an exempt basis to your papers. So the purpose of the meeting today is to carry out a reassessment of the application. And this means that members are not fettered by their previous resolution, but may consider the application afresh. And therefore, just to take you through the papers that are available to you, we have, first of all, a copy of the supplementary planning report that sets out an update to the original committee report. The original committee report is attached as Appendix 1, and the barrister's advice is attached at Appendix 2. You also have in front of you a copy of the additional items paper, and drawing your attention to that, that sets out a number of additional points. First of all, in relation to employment land supply, the Council has obtained an assessment of the employment review documents submitted by the applicant. And this has been carried out by Opportunity Peterborough, who are the Economic Development Department of the City Council. And I will come on to their comments later in my presentation. We've also sought the advice of an independent landscape architect, as we don't hold that specialist advice in-house. They have provided comments on the landscape and visual impact assessment report submitted by the applicant. And again, I'll come on to that a bit further in my presentation. I'd also draw attention to 2 items of correspondence that we have received. One is from the ward councillor, that is attached and has been sent to all committee members. And secondly, we received a further representation from a local resident raising objections, and that's attached to the additional items paper. And then just finally, we bring to your attention the fact that the council has received a consultation from Huntingdonshire District Council, which is for an outline application and extension to their Eagle Business Park at Yaxley. And draw this to your attention as it's been made by the same applicant as the current application, and it is also for industrial and storage uses. Okay, so turning to the main material considerations, they are as per the As per indicated on the previous meeting, they relate to quite a number of issues, and I'm going to take you through them one by one through the course of my presentation. So the first one relates to the principle of development. So members, you'll be aware from the report that the local plan allocates residential and employment land within its document. Now, this site is not allocated for any form of development in the local plan. It's not within a general employment area, nor is it within a business park. It lies within the open countryside. The applicant, however, has submitted to us a number of employment review documents, which has assessed the availability of employment land as allocated by the local plan, and also existing employment land and buildings currently available within the city. And that document shows that the local plan allocations, which were identified in 2019, have now mainly been built out, and there only remains 49.5 hectares of allocated employment land. They've also shown that there are low levels of vacant employment land existing within the city boundary. Now, I mentioned before the assessment that we've had done by Opportunity Peterborough on these employment land documents, and they are set out in the additional items report, and they conclude that the reports have been done in a methodical way and they're factually accurate, and they identify that there is indeed a shortage of employment land within the City Council, and this may have an impact on local businesses looking to expand, and it may constrain the growth of the local economy and the provision of jobs. Okay, turning to the employment land allocations, in the local plan, we have allocated 155 hectares of employment land across a variety of strategic sites and other smaller employment sites. And as I've said previously, whilst we allocated a considerable amount of land when the local plan was adopted, there is only 49.5 hectares currently available. Turning to the principle of development, and I would draw your attention to the supplementary report that goes into this in some detail and sets out the advice from our barrister on how these policies should be interpreted. Effectively, there are a large number of policies within the local plan. The local plan needs to be read as a whole. And there may be instances where one policy sits uneasily with another policy. There may be some tension between them. And that's a little bit of what we have experienced here. So policy LP2 sets out the settlement hierarchy for the city, and that identifies that development should be directed to the Peterborough urban area and to the main villages. Policy LP4 sets out the spatial strategy for employment land, and it follows similar principles. However, it does include a pertinent paragraph entitled Other Employment Proposals, and that sets out the Council's policy should employment proposals come forward which are not within general employment areas or business parks or are allocated. And it advises that such development would be supported, provided that certain criteria are met. There are 6 criteria, and the first one is that there is a clear demonstration that there are no other suitable or appropriate sites within allocated sites or within the built-up area. And as I've just explained, the applicant has submitted a number of documents to analyse that current situation, and we've had that independently assessed by Opportunity Peterborough. Therefore, we're satisfied that the application meets that particular policy. The other criteria have also been addressed within the report in relation to the scale of development, that is commensurate with the Peterborough urban area. And then the policy goes on to identify issues around the character and appearance of the area or amenity of neighbouring occupiers, impacts on the local highway network, viability of other employment developments. And it sets a high bar on when those impacts would be considered to warrant a refusal of an application. And that bar is that there should be no significant adverse impact. So in other words, other employment proposals would be supported providing there is no significant adverse impact. And I will come on to discuss those in more detail, but we have found that that bar has not been met, and therefore the proposals are in accordance with policy LP4. Turning to highway improvements, as has been mentioned, access to the site is one of the considerations for determination. There would be a new access proposed from the A605 into the site. And there would be a number of other improvements. So looking at the plan that we have in front of us, the scheme would include a priority access into the site with a right-hand turning lane off the A605 in this area here. It would also result in the closure of the existing access to the crane depot, which would have been in this area here. A pedestrian refuge would be created on the A605, and electricity charging points and infrastructure would be included to the car parking areas. There would be wheel washing facilities and also a construction management plan. And these are all proposed to be controlled by condition. The scheme also has additional benefits relating to active travel. And these would include the provision of an east-west footway cycleway within the site, i.e. off the A605, but also an extension of the existing footway cycleway on that main road to connect with existing footpaths. There would be a formalised connection with the Green Wheel, and there would also be bus stops proposed on the A605. The scheme would include improvements to the cycle route signage. And in conclusion, as a result of the transport assessment work that has been done, the highway improvements that are proposed, the active travel improvements, there are no objections from the Council's highway officers. Okay. So turning to landscape and visual impact, as I've mentioned previously, a landscape and visual impact assessment has been carried out. That's been summarised in the report, and we have also commissioned an independent landscape architect to review that document. That has been carried out, and he finds that the correct methodology has been used, the contents and findings are clear, and he finds no reason not to support the report's findings and conclusions. So just turning to what those impacts would be. So first of all, there would be protection of the distant views to the cathedral that can be achieved from the site, and that would be through a views corridor that would be achieved through the separation of buildings within the site. There would be a gap left between the buildings that would help to preserve the views of the cathedral. Building heights and eaves heights would be restricted, and these would be controlled by way of planning condition. And just turning to some photographs, we can see from the end of the residential properties that there are views towards the site from Framlingham Road, and also looking back towards the application site, and then looking at the location of 1 and 2 toll cottages on the A605. Now we can see from the illustrative master plan that the residential properties that we've mentioned are located here and here. There would be a landscape buffer along the northwest boundary with additional tree planting that would help to mitigate the impact of the new development. I would mention that the landscape and visual impact assessment does conclude that there would be localized impacts of new development in this area. That's to be expected, I would say, when you're introducing new development into an area where there has been no development previously. But there would be a range of mitigation measures through landscaping that would help to soften that impact and assimilate new development into the landscape. There would also be tree planting along the A605 here and other parts of the site. And of course, this area here that's shaded in green would be free from development. Okay, so turning now to heritage impacts. There are quite a number of these, as members will recall. They're mainly around the scheduled monument, the Horsey Hill Fort, and the setting of that ancient monument. But there also have been archaeological investigations carried out on site, both recently and in previous years, and they've identified archaeological remains that are buried from mid-Bronze Age, late Bronze Age and Iron Age, as well as from Roman times. And one reason why these have been retained on the site is that they're below ground, they're within the water table, and therefore they have been retained through the presence of water, keeping them in a sound condition. And I'll just take you through some photographs and plans just to explain that in a bit more detail. Okay, so what we're looking at here is a view of the site, looking northeast from the Milk and Water Drove junction. So this is the A605 here. This is the application site. And you can see the crane depot in the background. And over here, this area here is the location of the scheduled monument, Horsey Hill Fort. Okay, and the A605 runs in front of it. Okay, and one thing to note from this slide is that the fort is at a higher level than the application site. So now looking at it in plan form, the Horsey Hill Fort is down here to the south. The A605 runs across here, and the setting of the fort comprises the open land sort of in 360 degrees around the fort itself. So the application site we consider to form part of the setting of the fort, particularly bounded by the river in this location here. And on the next slide, we can have a look at the archaeological remains that are on the site. We have here these arrows show the location of the Bronze and the Iron Age ditches, which have been found here, the Roman causeway, and there is also a ditch and rampart that forms part of the fortifications to the fort itself. But are also buried underground because they also relate to an older settlement that was on the site of the fort many centuries ago. And it's the line of the ditch that forms the boundary of the land that is to be retained free from development. And it's what we would refer to as an archaeological preservation area. And that would have dual purpose in that it would keep that area free from any built development, preserving the archaeological remains, but it would also help to retain open land that would help to maintain the setting of the fort itself. So looking in a little bit more detail, this slide shows the line of the ditch and the trial trenching that has been carried out. And you can then see the remains of these posts which supported causeways that ensured a linkage between the river and the higher ground at the fort. And some idea of what was found within the trial trenches themselves. And just finally, the archaeological investigations did not prove conclusive in this area here, showing, so therefore the full extent of the Bronze Age ditch wasn't able to be ascertained. And that is something that we will come on to deal with by way of proposed conditions. Okay, so in summary, to assess the impacts of the development on the heritage assets, I've mentioned the archaeological preservation area, and that would have the dual function of preserving the area of the ditch and rampart, but also preserve an area within the setting of the scheduled monument. Now, the setting of a scheduled monument is an important factor in any heritage assessment, and the conclusions of the work that has been done has demonstrated that there would be an element of harm to the setting of the fort by virtue of the introduction of built development. Now, the NPPF guides us to look at the level of harm that would be that would result, and that may be substantial harm if a feature is to be destroyed, for example, or it may be less than substantial, which is a lesser test. And that is the situation that we are looking at here. The harm that would result from the impact of development within the setting of the scheduled monument would be within the remit of being less than substantial. Now, within that, there are also gradations, and Historic England have identified that the less than substantial harm would be between the middle to upper level of less than substantial. And that's important for members to note, because where a development would result in less than substantial harm, the committee needs to balance that against any public benefits that may arise from a development. And if the harm is at the middle to upper level, we would expect to see the benefits also to be at that level in order to meet the NPPF tests. Then turning to the buried archaeology, there are a number of conditions that are very comprehensive in terms of ensuring that the buried archaeology is properly investigated and also retained on site. So condition C16 would require an evaluation of that extent of the ditch and rampart that hasn't been done to date. There would also be a condition that would require a water level table retention in order to ensure that the archaeological remains, that the posts that we saw, stay within their waterlogged condition and remain below the water table. There would also be a condition for the landscaping that's proposed along the A605. That landscaping is important to help retain the setting of the scheduled monument, but that needs to be balanced against keeping the water table at the right level as trees absorb water. And condition C13 requires an assessment to be made and an engineering solution that would allow the trees to be planted and to be retained, but ensure that it wouldn't have an effect on the water table. Then finally, condition C17 is a condition to ensure that areas that aren't covered by the other conditions are properly evaluated. And so as a result of this comprehensive suite of mitigation, we have no objections from Historic England, and we have no objections from our conservation officer or our archaeologist. And that's set out in the supplementary report that goes with the application. So turning to neighbour amenity, we have received over 200 objections to this application. It has proved locally contentious. The issues that are raised are set out in the report and are covered in this presentation. Highways impacts in particular, landscape impacts. But other things that have been raised, for example, noise pollution from deliveries or from reversing alarms, from lighting, from screening, we intend to ensure that they are conditioned through conditions C7 through to 10. And I'd also point out that environmental health, who normally look at issues of noise, for example, have no objections to the application. And looking at biodiversity, comprehensive assessment of the nature conservation value has been carried out by the applicant, subject to a number of conditions. We find those not to be harmful, and we have no objections from Natural England or from the Council's Wildlife Officer. Looking at drainage, there's no objection from the Environment Agency. The Internal Drainage Board require a 20-metre maintenance strip, and that could be incorporated within the development that's shown in the illustrative master plan. There's no objections from the Council's Drainage Officer. And again, a number of conditions can ensure that drainage issues are managed either through construction or through the operation of the development. Moving on, there would be a Section 106 legal agreement required, and that would be to ensure that the provision of adoptable level footway, cycleway across the site could be achieved, and also that the off-site footpath cycleway improvements along the A605 could be achieved. So turning finally to the planning balance. So today, we as officers are recommending to you that the application be approved. And this is on the basis that the application accords with the local plan. You'll remember previously, we advised that the application would be a departure on the basis of LP2. Since receiving barrister's advice and looking more closely at the interpretation of policy LP4, we find that the application accords with the requirements of that policy, as it has a specific section in it that supports employment proposals in situations where there is a shortfall of employment land, and providing that other issues are not impacted to a significant adverse level. We're in a position where our policies on the provision of employment land supply are out of date. We've seen that the employment review studies have demonstrated that's the case, and those have been corroborated by Opportunity Peterborough. Therefore, the NPPS says that planning permission should be granted unless there are clear reasons for refusal, which we don't consider there to be, or that adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. And we have shown throughout the assessment that that would not be the case. So, for example, views to the cathedral, a listed building, would be preserved. We've identified that there would be less than substantial harm to the heritage assets, namely the scheduled monument, and that those would be to the medium to upper level. However, we have weighed that against the public benefits, and we consider that those public benefits, the creation of jobs, the provision of employment land, the construction benefits, the benefits to the local economy are significant, and that those would exceed any harm that would be caused by impact or harm to the scheduled monument. And then finally, there would be improved footway, cycleway provision, which helps to encourage active travel to this site. Therefore, Chairman, the application is recommended for approval, subject to a Section 106 agreement and the suggested conditions as set out in the supplementary report. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We have 4 registered people to speak on this item. Please can I ask Councillor Harper Rush and Bisbee to address the committee. You will have 10 minutes between you in which to address the committee. The Democratic Services Officer will let you know when you have 30 minutes left and when the 10 minutes have lapsed. When you are ready, if you can please switch on your mic and start speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I speak to you today in my capacity as Ward Councillor for Stanground South Ward against this application and on behalf of many residents of Stanground who are against this application. I do understand that economic growth and job creation are important, but in the right area. This part of Stanground lies close to the application site, forming the edge of the Peterborough urban area boundary. The site falls close to the Peterborough Fens landscape character area with views across to the Neem Washes and falls within the Flag Bend Basin. On Greenbelt land and is close to the Mus Farm heritage site, which was built on the old course of the river and following the Horsey Toll Fort and across open landscape to Flag Fen. This area is of considerable archaeological significance and archaeological remains have been found in the area. Recent evacuations near the site have unearthed wooden posts which were probably built part of a causeway from Mus Farm to Horsey Fort and then to Flag Fen. There is no clear evidence why this site has been chosen for this development. When this area of land is not allocated for development in the local plan, this site is totally inappropriate for this type of a development. NPPF states the planning system should contribute to enhance the natural and local environment by preventing both new and existing development from contributing or being put at unacceptable risk from or being adversely affected by levels of soil, air, water or noise pollution or land instability. Historic England. The archaeological trial trenching established the presence of highly significant waterlogged buried archaeological remains at the application site. Well-preserved wooden posts dating to the late Bronze Age and late Iron Age, crossing the hollow embayment between Horsey Hill and Stanground. They go on to say that the piles would likely terminate in the Oxford Clay Formation, which means they will cut through water-bearing soils, and this could impact on the ground water flow. They maintain its concerns about application on heritage grounds. The additional information of high significance of buried remains at the site has not satisfactorily demonstrated that they could be effectively pursued in situ. The planting of trees for screening would adversely affect the hydrology of the site and potentially result in the drying out of the currently important waterlogged buried archaeological remains. This does not meet NPPF paragraphs 194-195. The proposed development would have an adverse impact on the setting of the Horsey Hill Fort and cause harm to its significance. Once the buried archaeological remains are buried beneath the proposed buildings, there will be no opportunity to record them through excavation to see if the remains were being adversely affected. The tree opposite of Vexon Arboretum and Landscape Grounds. I do not believe the site can be adequately or appropriately landscaped to offer both the screening and enhancements required of the development site. Given the overdevelopment of the site in relation to the numerous constraints adjacent to the site, the application is refused with regard to local plans LP 16, 17 and 27. The landscape adjacent to the preservation area will almost certainly contribute to the drying out or desiccation of the land. The landscape architect's comments on the landscape and visual impact assessment said, the report and addendum contain errors and omit several steps and components that one would expect to be included in the work of this type for a proposal like this. There are notable errors and inconsistencies. Middle-level commissioners object as it contravenes the bylaws and is considered would affect navigation, aquatic environment, water level and flood risk investigate management. The Peterborough Council archaeologist, in a letter to the planning department, she said, in light of Historic England's recommendation to officers' consultation response, I object to the current application on the ground of archaeology. The additional information submitted to support proposals has not satisfactorily demonstrated that the significant buried archaeological and paleological environmental remains identified at the site can be effectively preserved in situ in the long term. This site is of national importance. The access road has the potential to impact upon the Bronze Age earthworks. It is highly probable that the significant archaeological remains that are undiscovered are highly fragile and vulnerable to damage and destruction. Archaeological remains of non-renewable source, part of the historical and cultural identity of this part of stone ground. The retention, safeguarding, conservation and enhancement of ancient monuments should be recognised as being of archaeological importance. They are irreplaceable evidence. Transport. This development will bring an extra traffic onto the ultra busy road. A review of available allocated employment land was undertaken. Who did the review for Edison, Barker, Story, Matthews? The agents on behalf of Barnack Estates Limited, the applicants. How biased can this get? Highway matters. The entrance is near visibly impaired bends on the A605. The local highways authority has assessed as existing and forecast traffic flow data submitted by the applicant. Where is this evidence that shows the A605 can withstand more traffic, and when and at what time was the survey carried out? In the report, it states that there appears to be a need to carry out work outside the application site in order to access the site, as consent being given by the landowner. Principle of development. The application site had previously been allocated for development.
Councillor Rush, sorry to interrupt, 6 minutes are up, got 4 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you. Also relevant is the site covered by a mineral safeguarding area of brick for clay extraction, with the western part of the site also safeguarded for land, for sand, gravel and water extraction. As I said earlier, this land is not allocated for employment land in the local plan. National planning policy. Planning policies and decisions should contribute to enhance the natural environment. This specific historic site should not be devalued. It is too close to established properties and is not allowed in the local plan. This will mean the statutory plan has been abandoned. If this application goes through, other developers will pursue projects because agreeing this application will set a precedent. What's the point of spending many years, time and money on a local plan if it's not adhered to? If this application is granted, it will open the floodgates for other developers to build what they want in the next 3 years until there is a new localised plan. There have been 204 objections out of 2 responses against this application. Summing up, land not allocated in the local plan, land within the adopted minerals and waste for local plan, hydrology impact of routing, tree officer objection, errors and inconsistency in the LVA, middle level commissioner's objection, archaeology's cause concern, damage to archaeological remain, historic England concerns on heritage grounds, access road damage in Bronze Age earthworks, entrance onto the busiest A605 close to us.
For that is a non-designated heritage asset of archaeological interest which are demonstrably of equivalent significance to scheduled monuments should be considered subject to the policies of the designed heritage asset. So that would apply as far as I'm concerned. Now, I'm not going to go into much more than say this is an extremely important decision you've been asked to make. I understand you've been briefed about the potential costs of losing an appeal, but that shouldn't come into it. You're not here to worry about how much it costs. You do the right thing and you make your decision on fact and opinion. And also, you've also been told by an independent legal advisor about the previous case being weak and likely to lose an appeal. Well, as Sylvia's already said, you can start again. So that should be taken into account. But what I would say to you is just to ask yourself some simple questions. Would the archaeological officer describe this as a non-designated heritage asset of archaeological interest? Would the archaeological officer explain how archaeological remains in situ can be protected under the proposed scheme and from the proposed landscaping and tree boundary? Very important. The tree officer doesn't think that can happen. We've been told it will happen and there'll be some sort of scheme. The tree officer says he doesn't know how that can ever happen. And that's also Heritage England, sorry, History England, whatever. Historic England have also said that they have concerns based on that tree officer's comment.
30 seconds.
Would the archaeologist officer agree with the views from Historic England advising that the proposed screen on Whittlesey Road would be medium or higher level of risk than substantial harm? Are you satisfied that you have seen the evidence that a balancing exercise has been undertaken to consider the public benefit over the loss of the archaeological remains? Is it a case of jobs and money over the archaeological remains? Are you satisfied that you've seen the evidence that officers have given special weight
Sorry,
to
Councillor
the
Harper,
Councillor,
that's
time's up.
time.
Thank you.
Did I get a bit more because you were talking?
Okay, go ahead.
30 seconds, yeah?
All right, no problem.
Are you satisfied that you have seen the detail regarding the balancing exercise necessary to demonstrate that the public benefit is equal to the less than substantial harm? LP 19 states that there is a presumption in favour of retention of non-designated heritage assets, and any impact on that setting should be refused. Are you satisfied that you've seen the evidence to disregard this policy? Make no...
Time's up now.
No, yeah,
No,
okay.
thank you, thank you.
That last statement. I had one paragraph. God.
That's fine. Thank you. Do any members of the committee wish to ask a question? Councillor Hiller.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you. Councillor Harper, do you think it would be appropriate to hear your last paragraph?
Before you do that, can I just take some advice on that? That's a question, and he's okay to respond to that, all right?
It is a question. It's inadvertently giving more time, but I think it's framed in a way that can be answered.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to the legal officer for and for you to indulge in me a little bit longer. Okay. If permission is granted for this application, it won't just have opened the door to more of these predatory applications of this similar kind, because this administration has failed to recognise the shortage of employment land in time to take any action. It'll have kicked that door down for at least the next 3 years till the next local plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from members? Councillor Hogg.
I just wanted to ask the chair that obviously the councillors have been given some extra time. Presumably, you will afford that same pleasure to.
I will indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may now return to the public gallery. Oh, sorry. Do you have a question? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Harper, just on your last point, I think if I heard you correctly, you talk about opening the door to others. But am I not right in saying that precedence isn't a material consideration in planning, so we shouldn't really be considering that?
Yes, thank you. You're quite right in one respect, but the other thing is you can't use that anymore. That's the presidentship said.
Thank you. Any more questions? No. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You can take a seat in the gallery. Please, can I ask Kate Wood, the agent, to address the committee? You will have 5 minutes between you in which to address the committee. The Democratic Services Officer will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and when the 5 minutes have lapsed.
So we can review a bit extra.
Extra, is it? Okay. I'm reading a script. Right. Yeah, so we go 5 more minutes. Okay. You awarded 5.5 minutes. When you're ready, you could proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and members again. The applicant welcomes the pragmatic approach taken by officers and members to reconsider this application in the light of Council's opinion. As you know, following the committee on the 21st of March, the applicant took their own Council's advice regarding the lawfulness of the proposed decision, and we understand also that officers sought independent legal advice on behalf of the Council. Whilst we have not been made aware of that content, it would seem from section 3 of the committee report that the development would actually comply with policy LP4 and is therefore acceptable in principle and therefore in accordance with the local plan, provided that no significant adverse impacts would occur. The officer's supplementary report is very comprehensive, dealing with all material considerations and matters of lawfulness, so we do not propose to cover these points again in detail, but it is worth noting that since the last committee, we have provided an updated land supply report. We've tested the agricultural land, which has been classified as grade 3B. We've found clarification as to the frequency of closure of North Bank and provided an updated LVIA, Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment. We would point out that the cranes and the wind turbines already exist in the vicinity, as you've seen on those photographs in the presentation. You will note that there are now no consultee objections, and the officers have recommended 41 conditions, which should give comfort to the committee as to the ongoing control of the development at reserved matters and ongoing stages. The ward councillors have raised issues of both principal and technical matters throughout the application process, and we respect their point of view. For that reason, throughout the process, the applicant has consulted with the ward councillors in a constructive manner, listening to their concerns to take them into account, including meeting them on site. Their particular concerns regarding archaeology, traffic, noise and pollution, visual amenity and countryside character have resulted in the amendments to the proposals, and that's a direct result of those concerns from those councillors. This included the designation of that archaeological preservation area rather than building on it, and carrying out a full archaeological dig, amending the site layout and suggesting and agreeing conditions to control the construction and operation of the development. These include conditions 15, 16 and 17 relating to archaeology, including the requirement for further excavation, conditions 29 to 38 relating to access and traffic, and conditions C7, 8 and 9 relating to noise. Conditions C12, 13 and 14 relate to landscape requirements, which, along with conditions 4, 5, 6 and 10, control visual amenity in relation to building heights and sizes, design and lighting. A lot has been made of there having been 200 objections. We would just like to put this into context to allow a balanced view to be taken. 200 objections were made over the last 2 years, with only 34 in 2023. The bulk of those earlier objections relating to the original application, which has subsequently been amended to address the concerns raised by residents and comments from the council's own consultees. These have been mitigated, as just noted. In addition to the issues raised by ward councillors, comments about impact on wildlife have been mitigated to the extent that the ecological enhancement and landscaping proposed will support wildlife on the site to a greater extent than now. Further conditions ensure this will be the case. As we know, the current local plan is under review, partly because it has been very successful in delivering employment. The need for more deliverable employment land in Peterborough is now a recognised fact by most. This scheme, if approved, could benefit the local economy by £15.7 million and support 62 temporary jobs during construction. Once built, it will support 412 permanent jobs with employee wages of £13.8 million and 274,000 business rate per annum. It's fair to say that at present, Peterborough is missing out to Huntingdonshire on immediate opportunities for employment growth. The applicant does recognise the strength of feeling expressed by the ward councillors, but hopefully the measured and proportionate approach taken in response is also recognised. With 2 council opinions suggesting the original decision was potentially unlawful, the mitigation of reduced objections and there being no consultee objections, the officer's recommendation and conditions, the benefits that this site could bring to the local economy are apparent. We hope the committee are able to review their decision in light of this revised supporting information. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any committee members wish to ask a question? Councillor Hogg. Sorry.
You just mentioned about that Peterborough is losing out to Huntingdonshire. I presume that alludes to the developments in Yaxley and the land opposite the services on the 605. So essentially what you're saying is that there is actually employment land available in those locations, quite substantial land, and that whilst the sort of the business rates side of things are very much going to Huntingdonshire, the chances are that the majority of people that are employed by those developments would actually be living within the Peterborough area.
I'm not involved in those large applications at Yaxley and A1 West, so I haven't reviewed the job creation information and where the postcodes are that's likely to serve. Yes, of course, it's very close to Peterborough. Yaxley in particular is very close to Peterborough, so you would expect that some of the employees would go there. But applications, for example, that are current in Huntingdonshire at Brampton for employment land clearly aren't going to provide, well, they might provide jobs for people from Peterborough, but ultimately it's each district and each city council area is required to provide employment land in its local plan for ongoing development, and that's a government requirement.
Thank you. Any further question? Yeah, follow
up. It's just that, you know, obviously today we recently heard from you in terms of piece of land that you were looking to use for temporary purposes, because you're still waiting for an applicant to come forward to basically say, yes, we'd like this land and we'd like to build on it. So you know, it seems to me, you know, at 1 minute that people are queuing up and there isn't enough land available, and at the same time we're also having a situation where we're struggling to find people to fill that, or to fill that land.
I'm really glad you asked me that question, because there are different ways of developing and there are different requirements from commercial operators. So what you'll find is that this application, for example, is for speculative building for SME businesses. And those types of businesses have an immediate requirement. They decide that they've outgrown where they are, they need to move quickly, they need somewhere to move into. Then you have your HQ types, your blue chips that you were talking about earlier, where they have a more specific requirement that they are happy to wait to design the right building in the right location for what they need, and it's purpose built for them. And they're two separate requirements by separate types of commercial occupier. And so the Cyrus Way application doesn't undermine this application because it's a different type of developer and a different type of development that is about than this. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, but it wouldn't necessarily have. It's a piece of land at the end of the day, so you know, if you're not getting the take up for purpose-built pret-a-porter type, an off-the-shelf application could come forward for land that otherwise is not being used.
I shall advise my client that that's what you're encouraging, but obviously we're here to talk about this application on this site. You're right, he could do that, and he could propose, you know, 10 or so small, medium enterprise units. That wouldn't fulfill the demand that's there. So you could have that, you could have this. There are other sites around Peterborough that are coming forward for development. You know, it's not that filling up these small sites that come available is going to satisfy the demand and meet the requirements.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. You may now return to the public gallery.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now, do any members have questions for officers? Councillor Hogg?
I just wanted to go back to the slide where you brought up the hectares of different employment land that was, and I was trying to work, because you said that there was only 49.5 acres of employment land not allocated. So how does that fit in with that slide exactly?
Okay, so this shows the total amount of employment land that has been allocated is 155 hectares, and the 49.5 is not land that's not allocated, it's land that is allocated but hasn't yet been developed.
I understand that there's sort of sites like the Greyhound Stadium. Is that on that list?
It's not, no. So if I take you through the sites that comprise the 49.5 hectares, they are Red Brick Farm, which is this one here.
Yeah.
That's actually got planning permission for 45 hectares. Then there's Oxney Road, which is this one here. That's it's got 2.23 left now. And then the Gateway site, this one up here, which has got 2.73 left. But I think that the update report says that's now sort of getting built out. Okay, so the main sites, the main site really is Red Brick Farm, and I think what the applicant has said is that really the city is just left now with one site that's got the majority of the employment land on it, that's left, that's been allocated but not yet been developed.
So what about the site in Lynchwood that's seeking to convert car parking space from on Lynchwood to a number of industrial units?
Yeah, that's also allocated, but it's not on this list. It's a very small site, I have to say. It's in the car park of another development.
There has been, so that's a separate development. There's been another application that wasn't forthcoming, abutted to that site. The thing I'm trying to get to here is that there seems to be a lot of commercial property that, due to a lot of more people sort of working from home, etc., that a lot of businesses now are seeking to kind of offload office space. And so therefore there may be a shift for commercial areas to shift into more industrial because the car parks are no longer needed.
Well, I've just found the allocation for Lynchwood North, and it's not allocated for industrial uses as we're looking at here. It's being proposed specifically for offices because it's part of the business park. Okay, so there is a difference between the type of employment that's being proposed here and office development, which is within the business park setting.
Yeah, but that's the development that came to committee. That was a couple. There's been a separate application, I believe, that is looking to put industrial units in that area, although adjacent to rather than a different, an application of the same site, as it were.
Yes, that's right. It's an application that we have on hand at the moment. It's not yet been determined. It's looking contrary to the local plan, and therefore we may not be recommending it for approval. And the site is only 1.29 hectares, so it really represents a tiny amount of land. And in fact, the other sites that are allocated for office development in the local plan only amount to 3.35 hectares in total. So we're looking at really small numbers.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Rush, understandably made considerable reference to archaeological impact, and rightly so from a concern perspective. Under the conditions, you've tried to mitigate and cover that C15 and 16, 17, I believe. Can you just give us a summary of how you feel that addresses all those concerns that are raised, and whether, in the light of these comments, anything else should be considered?
Yes, I will do. Let me bring the slide up for you to assist. Okay, and if you can turn to the supplementary report, then you can see the conditions in more detail. Okay, so first of all, I would say that there will be an area of land that we call the archaeological preservation area that is outside of the red line. So that doesn't need to be covered by a condition because it's not being put forward for development. And that would ensure the preservation of the ditch and rampart that are buried below ground, and also help to preserve part of the setting of the scheduled monument. Now, of the conditions then, condition C16, that would require the further evaluation of the ditch into the area that was not possible to be undertaken previously. So that's that area here. Okay. And then the next condition would be C15. Now, this is quite a complicated condition. It's in two parts, and it requires the applicant to submit a water table minimal level preservation scheme. And that would be an engineering solution to ensure that the water table didn't fall below a certain level, and then it would ensure the land remained waterlogged and help to preserve any remains that are on the site. This is because archaeologists prefer to retain development in situ rather than excavate it. So there's lots of land across the country that may be protected, and you can't see anything from the surface, but any trial trenching or geophysic investigations have shown that there's something there, but it's to be preserved and not disturbed. However, the second part of that condition says that in the event the applicant's unable to secure an approval for the water table minimal level preservation scheme, then they would have to carry out a written scheme of investigation, and that would involve excavation of those areas. Okay. So that is another acknowledged approach to recording archaeological remains. Okay, so that's a possibility. And then condition 13 would ensure that the landscaping along the A605 is done in such a way that the tree planting is in its own sort of contained area with suitable barriers to avoid the trees sucking water from the site, and it has its own hydrological set of conditions. Okay, so the trees are required to help retain the setting of the fort, but they could have an impact on the water table, so they need their own special solution. And then the last condition, C17, is one to carry out an evaluation of the rest of the site that wouldn't be covered by any of those other conditions. So that's very much a belt and braces type condition to ensure that anything that's not been covered is covered. And it's through having this range of conditions that we've agreed the satisfaction of Historic England that they've not placed an objection on the scheme in terms of the archaeological impacts. They had raised concerns about how they would be retained. Having discussed the proposed conditions with them, they're more satisfied.
So thank you, Sylvia. Just on that last point then, so because they haven't objected, the assumption is that they are satisfied with what's laid out. And the second part of that, so from the technical advice you've obtained and presented in the conditions, you're satisfied that the concerns raised either mitigated or will be mitigated should further archaeological remains be found.
Yeah, that's right. In respect of the site itself, where there are buried archaeological remains, they have been partially identified, but there are conditions that would enable further investigation to be carried out and a solution to ensure that construction could take place around them, but with retaining the water table level and therefore ensuring their preservation. But those conditions do require the approval of the local planning authority, and we would be looking at them very closely in conjunction with Historic England when those details are submitted, to make sure that they work and that there's a fallback should that they not work.
Thank you. Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you, Chair. Just to touch on condition 12, would it be appropriate to ask the applicants to include a active landscape maintenance strategy? Because from landscaping perspective, new trees they tend to die. That their life expectancy isn't great. So would it be appropriate to ask them to include something a little bit more active to ensure that they are maintained?
Yes, certainly that's something that we do as a matter of course. So in condition 13, there is a paragraph that requires within 5 years of the date of any planting, should it fail or die, then there would need to be a replacement scheme put in place. So we've got that covered. Yeah.
Any further questions? Councillor Hogg.
So I've got a question for highways. So as part of the site inspection, we obviously visited the site, and specifically we visited the site of the junction, the new junction that's going to be put in place for ingress and egress from the site. It's a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit currently, and whilst there is a level of site either side, obviously the crane vehicles that come in and out of that, which will be using that junction, are quite long and heavy. I wasn't entirely sure that even a professional driver it's going to present quite a challenge for them to be able to come out and turn right onto that road without essentially pulling out and hoping that vehicles coming around that corner are going to stop. So my point is this: are we going to see a situation in the coming months or what have you, after it's up and running, that suddenly it's then designated that it needs to have traffic lights there, and who's going to pick up the tab for that if that happens?
Through you, Chair. The new access position has been assessed in terms of the speed limit for the road, and it has appropriate visibility displays for that speed of traffic. I take your point about the cranes and them being potentially slower moving vehicles. They should be able to be seen from the oncoming vehicles in sufficient time to stop if the crane isn't going to have cleared the lane by the time that they arrive at that location. In terms of future signalisation of that junction, that's not something that we can predict. It's the traffic data as it is at this present time wouldn't require that junction to be signalised. But as you say, there's always situations that can arise in the future that can result in the need to revisit junction designs. But that's not something that we could predict at this point.
I mean, for instance, have we looked at maybe changing the speed limit for that area to 30, because that would then give more chance of of vehicles coming out in order to, you know, and also stopping distances, etc. Cars coming around both corners, because I could understand that distance being fine one way or the other, but it's like it's both. So you've got to kind of look and then look and then look before pulling out. If there's a much longer straight, then you're only having to deal with one side rather than the other. It just seemed to me that, you know, as I said, somebody in a slow-moving, long articulated lorry is going to have a problem with coming out onto that road with vehicles doing 40 miles an hour. And that's assuming that people are adhering to the speed limit, because you've got this situation where you've got the cameras further down the road. There is a tendency for some motorists to essentially think, I'm clear of the restrictions and I'm going to kind of put my foot down a bit.
Yeah, the further reduction of the speed limit isn't something that has been considered. I mean, I'm sure you appreciate that this road was up until fairly recently a 60-mile-an-hour road. And the existing Crane Depot access is on a much shorter straight than the proposed new access location. So it's arguably improving the visibility that they'd have of oncoming vehicles in the new location from the existing. I take your point about people accelerating once they've got past the speed cameras and into this less controlled area, albeit of the same speed limit. And if it were found in the future that there is an issue, then obviously things like speed cameras and speed limit reductions and things like that are all things that we would consider putting into place to alleviate those issues. But we can't fix a problem that hasn't happened.
I would argue that, you know, we've identified that it needs to have a right-hand lane in there as part of the condition. You know, should we not be adding conditions to make sure that we're covered in that regard? That's the point that I'm trying to make.
So at present, the junction's been designed with the right turn lane because the traffic data indicates that that is what's required, and obviously it also removes the right turning traffic out of the flowing lanes and allows the through traffic to flow. Obviously, putting in additional things in that location would potentially have the opposite impact by stopping traffic flowing. It's at the present time we do have a condition to say that the junction needs to be implemented in accordance with the principles shown on the submitted drawing, but we are waiting for further details of that. And as part of the detailed design of that access, the scheme would need to go through the next stages of safety auditing. So if these items are flagged as concerns by the safety auditors, then we would certainly be looking to amend the scheme accordingly. So if the safety auditors felt that the the speed limit was needing to be reduced as a result of the nature of the vehicles entering and leaving the site, then that's certainly something that we would be resolving through the detailed design of the access.
So just in a nutshell, what you're saying is that my concerns may well be redressed at a later stage further down the line. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, as I say, I can't.
If they're founded, is
Yeah,
the point.
I can't
Yeah,
predict
yeah.
what the safety auditors will
No,
find
exactly.
at detailed
I get
design
that, but
stage.
hopefully they know a lot more about it than I do,
Mhm.
and we'll be able to have a more scientific approach in terms of whether or not it needed or not.
Yeah.
I'm just was just worried that the development goes through, we find that there's an issue, and then suddenly there's a big ticket item for the authority to solve a problem that we could have solved at the planning stage.
Yeah, I appreciate your concerns, Councillor. As I say, as the access goes through the design process, at the current stage, it's just a kind of an indicative design. That has been safety audited. There's not been any of those concerns raised at this stage. Once it goes through detailed design, where the safety auditors are then able to look at all the levels and drainage and all of those things, that it will get re-audited. And then again, once the junction's actually constructed and opened, it goes through another 2 stages of safety audit. So if issues were arising as a result of that junction being opened, there would be it would show up in the safety audits at that time, and we would seek to address those issues before that junction became the council's responsibility again for maintenance.
Thank you. I think you wanted to come in. Is that okay? Right. I think it's Councillor Sharp who wants to come in. Yeah, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's just really a point of clarity on that bit of discussions. Have I understood it correctly that based on that safety assessment, your design is currently for 60 mile an hour? The specification is effectively based on a 60 mile an hour road, did I read on the drawing? And we're in a 40 mile an hour? Or has that been superseded? I thought I saw on one of the drawings a reference to 60 mile an hour design on the exit, that's all.
Yeah, I think when the proposals were first being looked at by the developer and they were first drawing up their junction design, the road was still a 60 mile an hour road, and the milk and water drive improvements hadn't been carried out, and nor had the level crossing, the overbridge at Frankfurtshire Causeway. Through the application, the speed limit has then been reduced, and the design of the access has been very slightly amended accordingly, but not to any significant degree from when it was intended to be on a 60 mile an hour road.
Thank you, Chair, for indulging me. So just to clarify, there has been a slight de-specking based on the reduction in speed limit or not?
Only in terms of the proposed visibility splays, because we don't need to ask for the larger splays when the speed limit's been reduced. But it had been demonstrated that the larger splays could be achieved. It just affects landscaping in that area slightly.
Thank you. Councillor Hogg again.
Thank you. Sorry, that's just opened another can of worms for me. So apologies. So essentially what you're saying is that the original specifications were based before the Milk Drove junction change was made, before the level crossing development was done. Have we looked at how the speed, the traffic behaviours have been, because it may well be that there were a lot of people that are now using that road because it's now a lot easier to use than maybe going round through the Dog and Doublet way into Whittlesea, because although it's longer, it was more consistent. Certainly from my experience, a lot of people I know from Peterborough, we used to use that route into Wiltshire because, as I say, it was more consistent. Was now with the level crossing gone specifically, that road has now become more consistent again. So it may well be that the traffic levels have changed significantly since this piece of work was done.
So, through the application, there's been a few iterations of the transport assessment, and the traffic surveys have been updated at various stages as well. So we've had traffic surveys from 2015, 2019, 2021, and then the transport consultants then carried out further surveys towards the end of 2022, and there's not been a substantial change in traffic between 2021 and 2022, and the overbridge opened during that time. So it's not the counts haven't shown that there's been any significant change in the level of traffic using that road as a result of the improvements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hussain?
It was just in regards to the trees. So from memory, where the residential properties are, there's a footpath, and there was 2 sets of trees, one on each side. So does the plan say on that bank, that on the opposite bank of the river, there's another set of trees, or is that just hedges to sort of cover or shield those residential properties?
Okay, Councillor Hussain, you're referring to the properties here?
Yeah.
Okay, so the red line is only to the east of the river, and there would be a standoff distance, and then there would be landscaping along the back of proposed employment development, and then there would be further landscaping along the A605. Okay, so I would just point out this is for illustrative purposes, so it shows one way that the site may be developed, but certainly the standoff distance is something that would be required by the internal drainage board. So then that would need to be maintained free from development, and then landscaping would take place beyond that within the application site.
Thank you. Any further questions? Right, before I ask some questions, I think it's quite important that we have a very fair, robust debate, and we make a proper decision. Now, what I've noted from Councillor Rush's statement, that he mentions the archaeological officer quite a lot in his statement. Now, I understand that we have the archaeological officer in this room. Members, if you have any further questions or you're not satisfied on that relevant issue, I think it would be a wise idea that we give the archaeological officer an opportunity to sit here and address your issues. However, if you are satisfied, then we could proceed. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, from my perspective, I've obviously, after Councillor Rush's statement, I've challenged the officers as to their view to support the conditions are put in place. If you think the archaeological officer's got anything to add to that comment, then personally I'm happy to hear it, but if they haven't got anything to add, I see no point. So I'm bound.
Thank you. I thought it was quite relevant to raise this because the archaeological officer's report was mentioned a lot in the statement. I think from what I understand, that's one of the key issues that were needed addressed, and we have a robust debate on it. Okay, I've got some questions now. Here we go. Now, I know that you've imposed a lot of conditions. I think they consisted about... Oh, sorry, Councillor Sharp, you want to come back?
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, so was that a yes or a no?
My proposal is to the committee. If anyone is not satisfied and they want to ask any further questions...
We can call it at any time.
We could call him. And okay. What I understood, that you're happy.
Fine, thank you, Chair.
That's why I'm proceeding to my questions. Is that okay? Thank you. Right. I know that you have imposed the relevant conditions. I think the condition consists of about 41. My question to the office is, are you satisfied that there is no room for any further conditions in the best interest of the public?
Yes, we are. We're happy with the conditions.
Okay. And I have a further question. Now, looking at the LP, the local plan, obviously it sets out the residential and employment land. And if somebody doesn't fit the criteria, they have to demonstrate. And in your presentation, you said that there's a criteria that you have to meet, and the criteria consists of 6. My question to you is that, has this applicant met all those 6 criteria, or is it just one of the criteria the applicant has met?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The criteria that are referred to relate to other employment proposals and is attached to policy LP4. I've put it on the screen here. And in the officer's report on page 56, we have gone through each of those criteria one by one. So just for your benefit, the first criteria, we are satisfied that the submitted employment land reviews do demonstrate that there's no suitable or appropriate sites or buildings within the allocated sites or the built-up area. So that's the first point that's been satisfied. And then secondly, in terms of the scale of proposal, the site area is 6.3 hectares. It covers 15,000 square metres of development. That's within the scale and character of the Peterborough city urban area. And then we go on to the impacts on landscape character and appearance. And the test here is that there should be no significant adverse impact. So again, the applicant has submitted an LVIA. We've had that assessed. There will be some localized impacts. That's inevitable with new development, but they wouldn't meet the test of being significantly adverse. Therefore, we feel it meets that criteria. Relating to impacts on the local highway network, again, there's no objections to the local highway authority. We've had some discussion about the suitability of the site access. Again, it's a high test of significant adverse, and it hasn't met that. Then the fifth point, there should be no significant adverse impact on the viability of delivering any allocated employment site. That's a bit difficult to assess, but there've been no objections from the owners of any of the other allocated sites that we've identified. And given that there was a small amount of development that still remains to be allocated, and the buoyancy of the market, we don't feel that test has been hit. And then just lastly, does it maximise opportunities for modal shift away from the private car? We've seen there would be potential for bus stops, there'd be a travel plan and proposed footway cycleways. So that all helps active travel. Okay.
Thank you for that. Any further questions to Officer Councillor Hussain?
Thank you, Chair. It was just regarding something that you normally like to ask yourself about legal and financial implications in other meetings. So I know Councillor Harper made reference to it. And I know that in the last meeting, when we were discussing this, we didn't ask those questions, and we've been given reference to it. Is it something that we are comfortable to talk about in this meeting openly, or is it something, because we know the implications, but is it something that should be said?
Can you respond to that, please?
Thank you. Councillor, if there's a wish to discuss the legal advice, which is referenced within the reports, that is exempt. It can take place, but the room will need to be cleared, so it's just members and officers, so that can be discussed openly, because it is exempt to the reports. And it can be done if you so wish. There'd need to be a vote in favour of that.
I have no wish for it. I'm just asking if everyone else is clear. I know it's something that Councillor Amjad likes to bring up normally.
Thank you for the reminder. Right, any more questions? Right, if there are no more questions, Or do you want to come back in?
Come back and go. Just to clarify, Councillor, I appreciate what you've said, but just if there are, I mean, this is the second hearing of the application. If there are any particular legal concerns which members have that they want clarification on, then I would recommend that we do go into an exempt session. But if members are satisfied, then by all means proceed.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay. If there are no more questions, I will now move to the debate. Any members wish to start the debate? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Somebody has to. And it's not the usual retrovotes. Clearly, as we all know and we've seen in the public domain, this is a very, very sensitive and difficult application to consider. My personal views on the matter in the very first hearing that we had, very first committee meeting, I thought were very clear, that I abstained because I was not comfortable with the reasons given. And to me, having been involved in planning on both sides now, both in committee and submitting planning applications, very clear that there wasn't legal grounds. So all of that, from my perspective, has been clarified in correspondence up to this point, and in this session. So for me, I'm trying to consider this based on the points and discussion, hopefully to come, the points that have been raised and the questions that have been submitted and answered in this session. On that basis, I think the most principal area of concern was around, it seems to be around the archaeology and to a lesser degree around the highways piece. Deal with the second one first. The highways perspective, I'm comfortable that they are the experts. They will do the modelling. They will continue to work with the applicant. Colleague Councillor Hogg has certainly obviously raised some pertinent questions and concerns, but as I say, I have to trust in those officers will address that appropriately. In terms of the archaeology, you've heard me ask a number of questions in relation to that and whether officers feel that the conditions are both fit for what is known at the moment and potentially fit for anything that may be discovered. And from my perspective, I had that satisfactorily answered. So as I stand at the moment, I see no reason to go against officers' advice and to overturn it as we did previously. As far as I'm concerned, it's a legal application. The reasons for refusal last time were proven to be illegal or bordering illegal. And I've heard nothing since to change that view. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Hiller.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you. I think that there are several reasons perhaps why this application became controversial after the refusal of a different application. It's not the same application. Let's make that quite clear. I won't go into the politics. There's no point. It's been well aired in the media, various donations and political allegiances, whatever.
Thank you, Councillor. I just want to add it is the same application. It is exactly the same application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Same application. Yes, my terminology was wrong, but a different explanation perhaps and a different consideration from our presenting officer with regard to the emphasis we should put on the local plan regarding whether it was included in the local plan area or not. I think that was quite clearly expressed by Mrs. Bland. It's presented today, but it is different from the previous one in that sense. And to state, I think that members got it wrong last time, I think is incorrect. I think it is incorrect to say that we got it wrong. We were looking and considering and debating what was presented to us at that time a few months ago. Officers have now offered new information. There's new evidence. There's new material considerations. And I think they've changed their interpretation of the current local plan and found sufficient mitigation of the concerns that we had last time over the archaeological related concerns that we had, as I say. These, to a degree, are countered by further objections from members of the public. We've had further objections. We had the initial 200 plus objections for the original application. And I think those objections has been really very well expressed by the very concerned ward councillors, 3 ward councillors. And my primary concern currently, Chair, I have to say, is one of the impact this proposed development will have on the local highway network. Our experts have told us that they're comfortable with this development with regard to that impact. I accept that, have to accept it. I think a very cogent case now has been put forward for the acceptance of this proposal, and I think the officer's advice is also couched in terms of legal issues, which has been explained that we can't discuss in open forum. I get that, but I have to say that legal argument that I've read and reread is a very compelling argument. So at this juncture, Chair, I am supporting the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so as colleagues have mentioned, it was a tough one to consider, and there's been a lot going on since. But after listening to things today and officer recommendations, I'm still minded. I came with an open view to see if there was something new, but it's all the officers, the historical. Historic England, conservation officers, highways, environmental, they're all show no objections to this proposal.
So, just a minute, one second. Councillor, can you just turn off your mic, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
At the same time, I said this last time as well, and I'll say again, we're talking about moving to a greener city and a better way of doing things. And I think this is one of those ways where we build SME units closer to places where people can access them easily, by cycling, by public transport, thereby reducing pollution. So again, in the same way, I'd say I'm in favour of this application and support recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? Councillor Warren?
So when I'm considering this application, I've been looking at what is for and what is against. Obviously, with it for is the new evidence from Opportunity Peterborough about the assessment for the employment of this area in regards to the LP4 condition, and also the barrister's recommendation, which I highly regard in the legal arguments. Also looking at the conditions for the neighbourhood amenities, and also the highways report, which presents no concerns with that. Obviously, we cannot take in France, which will be future elements. Obviously, with the archaeological sites as well, obviously we have to take concerns with that, and the report is in favour of the application, and it deals with all the concerns that I have around archaeology. Obviously, the thing that we have against it, and it's well put, is for the actual councillors as well and the ward councillors, which we always have to take in account. And with all the evidence I got presented for and against, I'm more likely to go with the officer's recommendation for this application.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. Councillor Hogg?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So I voted against the application at the last hearing, and as already been stated, that the advice has changed quite considerably since that meeting. I've voiced a couple of concerns in this meeting already in terms of the traffic highways situation, but I've had those concerns not so much put to rest, but I feel that that we're still a couple of stages away, and that those concerns can be addressed if they are found to be appropriate. And I can't emphasise that enough, because I think something's dangerous doesn't make it so. And when it comes to the number of cars using, or vehicles, should I say, using that road currently, again, I'd rather have somebody look at the evidence of what is actually happening, rather than the fact that I have a perceived idea that maybe there's a lot more traffic going on that road than there had previously been. Very much data led. So I've been convinced by highways that they're on the case, and they are looking at it. I also had the concerns that the last thing was the kind of the scale of this development, and I felt that it might have been better to come as a phased one part and then maybe the second part. I've got an industrial unit myself, and in the years that I've had that unit, it's gone from very quiet corner to suddenly being alive with all sorts of vehicles that certainly weren't there. I think I got the 9 years ago, and we've now got quite a congested industrial area, whereas before it was really quite quiet. So I am minded of the fact that suddenly, just because you have a number of units, it is actually what you put in the units that can make a big difference in terms of traffic. And if you've got a unit with vans that go out and into the countryside and do whatever they do and come back at night, that's a different prospect from something that is an Arctic comes once a day and deposits its, and then another Arctic comes and picks up another, and it's just two vehicle movements. So it can be quite different. Anyway, so it might surprise you to hear that I'm actually now going to go with the officer's recommendations, because I feel that on balance, although I still have some concerns, I feel that hopefully they can be addressed further down the line.
Thank you, Councillor Hogg. Anybody else? Okay, I would like to say something as well. I also went against this application when it was before the committee last time. However, on this occasion, I've been briefed by officers. I had sight to the new evidence, and I was minded to change my mind. Now, I think what's important for the committee today is that we need to consider the supplementary new planning report, the barrister's findings or report or brief, whatever you want to call it. Opportunity Peterborough have also made a comment. Independent landscape architect. These are the sort of the materials that we need to take into consideration. Now, it's more or less, I would say, evidence-based. Today's decision that we're going to make is more or less evidence-based. I'm quite happy that we had a very robust debate. I gave an opportunity for the members, for them to ask the architect officer any questions, because I feel, and I like to commend the 3 ward councillors, that they've put a good presentation. We can only sympathise with them on this occasion. They are there to represent their ward, and that's what they should be doing. That's what they've done. However, we've got rules to follow. We have to take officers' advice on board. We have to take other evidence into account, and we have to be unbiased, and that's very, very important. So on this occasion, I totally agree with Councillor Hiller as well, that officers have given us more evidence, and evidence which has more clarity. I'm not saying they didn't do the job properly the last occasion, but I think they've just given us more evidence, and we got the opportunity to ask them more questions. So on that basis, well done to the officers. Thank you for the clarification, and I am also minded to go in favour with the officer's recommendation. Thank you. Right, no further debate. Oh, Councillor Sen, you want to come back in? Okay. Right, as there's no further debate on this matter now, then I will ask for a proposal. Councillor Sen.
I'll propose that we go with officers' recommendations.
Right, we've got a proposal. Can we have a seconder? Councillor Warren? Councillor Warren is a seconder. Right, now all those in favour of the officer's recommendation, can they raise their hands? So the decision is unanimous. The application has been granted. Thank you, members. Now, we're going to have a short break. We had a very long debate. I definitely need a break. Thank you.
particularly around the climate change and biodiversity. So it did need a bit more explanation and more questions than normal. So there's about 45 questions, but we've made it clear in the document, at the start of the document, you don't have to answer every question. You can pick topics and themes that you're interested in and just concentrate on those questions. As part of the consultation, the document, we're working with a graphic designer to prepare a more interesting document for the consultation. And we're also preparing an online interactive version as well, where people can answer the questions, go through, read the sections and answer the questions online. And also at this early stage to try and involve as many members of the public as we possibly can to get their views really early on in the process, is we're working on a social media video that will do a brief description about the local plan and concentrate more on the final question in this document, which is about people's priorities. So what do they see as the most important issues for the local plan to address and to go through? So there's quite a bit of work to do to prepare for the consultation, but as I said, this is the first stage in quite a lengthy process, and we want to make sure we get as many members of the public and different age groups and things involved at this early stage before decisions are made. So that's, again, is an important point to make, that this issues and options document doesn't contain any policies, doesn't contain any sites, there's no decisions been made. It is a sort of questionnaire and just asking people's views about what should be in the future local plan. So the consultation will run till mid-September, and we will then review all the comments. And we're also carrying out, alongside the local plan issues and options consultation, a call for sites. So we're asking local landowners, agents, developers and the parish councils to come forward with any sites they want to see to be developed in the future, to be allocations in the new plan. So we'll review all those sites and work up and pick up our preferred options. And the current timetable shows that next summer we'll come back with the draft version of the local plan. And that will be the version that sets out our proposed policies and our approach to different topics and different issues. It'll also include our preferred sites. So that'll be the first time the public will get an opportunity to comment on those issues. We'll then, again, review all those comments, and then we have to prepare a submission version. And that's the version that we want to be adopted by the council. So that's going to be in early 2025. That's because that's the submission version, has to go to full council, so it has to be approved by all councillors. Then it gets submitted to central government to appoint a planning inspector. And at that point, the whole process is almost out of the council's hands, then it's up to the planning inspector. They carry out a hearing and invite objectors, so people who are still got outstanding issues to the plans and the policies, to come and put their comments to the inspector. And it's the inspector that listens to those arguments, those views, and makes recommendations in an inspector's report that's published. And that's due to happen in summer 2025, and then for the document to be adopted by March 2026. So, as I explained, it's quite a lengthy process, and we're at the very first stage. And that's why we want to get as many inputs at this first stage as possible to make sure we can shape the policies how people want them to be. So, as I said, this is just, it's a consultation document and it's setting out questions. It's based around a questionnaire, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity to ask any questions, or if you have any comments or feedback that I can then present to Cabinet on the 10th of July. I don't know if anyone's got any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Gemma. Nice to see you again. I haven't seen you for ages. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, isn't it? I mean, you know, having sat through a couple of these, simplify it. The questions. Is it possible, do you think? And I'm sure you've given this consideration, so shoot me down by all means. But can you categorise some of the questions in that they could come under subheadings, so like environment or transport, sites allocation, and sort of almost put them in little boxes and have the questions that appertain to those areas grouped together, so that I, Mrs. Miggins, can look at this, and if you want any sort of response that's going to be valuable, rather than just, you know, the drum bangers, to have it simple, because I personally would look at that and think, oh my lord, what, you know, I'm interested in that, or am I? I don't know. I'm interested in the environment, and it would maybe it would be helpful to me to have the 6 pertaining questions on the environment under the general environment box. Is it?
that is what we're sort of working on at the moment. So we're looking at different options to put together an online form, and different approaches, seeing what works best, doing some tests on it. But one of the options is that we'll have the headings in the plan in the options document, and then it will have a very brief paragraph, a line about each topic, and then there'll be a drop down, so it'll be on the main form, and then you just have a little plus symbol drop down menu. There's the questions.
It's not complicated, is it?
Yes, so it's simple to click, so it's to expand if you want to see more. So it has all the headings and basic information, and you have to click to get more questions. So it's not all on one big sheet that looks scary and complicated to fill in. So we try to make it quite clear throughout the document that you're not expected to answer all 45 questions, and some are a bit more technical because they have to be, because of what the requirements are, but some are more general and for the public. So people can just go through and pick what they're interested in, and we're trying to make that as clear as we can in the document and the website.
Could you also have, thank you for that, could you also have a theme running through the whole of this initial report, that your opinion counts? Theme, it's just so if you're going to get the graphic girls and boys involved, not Janet and John, I don't mean dumb it down, but get the general public excited about this sort of thing, get the buy-in. And I think the only way you're going to do that is to try and get it across in their language. I mean, you're hugely qualified experts. You know exactly what you're doing. I don't. This lady over there doesn't. I mean, it's important, I think, to get that simplification, not dumbing down, simplification.
Yeah, and that's what we are trying to come up with another version
I'm sure
of
you
the
are.
consultation. Yeah, good.
Thank you. You speak about public engagement. I've been a councillor since 2016, and what I've experienced is that we have a statutory requirement that we put something online and expect people to respond back to it. And the response we get back is very limited. So I have a serious concern, engagement. How are we going to engage with the public? I would strongly recommend that we hold workshops, get the councillors involved in their wards, and ask people to come. As Councillor Hill has said, in simple terminology, but again, if you want public's opinion on board, we need to get them engaged in a proper way. We just don't want to do it for the sake of it. We want them to make a difference. So I think my question to you is, engagement, how are you going to engage? Is it just online, or are we going to hold any workshops?
At this stage, we're not planning to hold any workshops, but we are, like I said, it's online and the campaign through social media. There'll be press releases. There's minimum requirements that we have to meet in the regulations, and there'll be copies available in the local libraries, and we will send out packs and information to parish councils so they can put information out about that and try and encourage people to respond. At this stage, because it is broad and across the whole city, we've kept like this. But when we get to the draft stage, where perhaps there's allocations and there's something where people may want to sort of specifically focus on, that's where we may, if it's appropriate at that time, to go around and do events in different areas of the city where there's sites people want to talk about. We've done that before, and some areas that works really well. Some areas, no, not many people turn up at all. But some areas you get queues of people, so it does depend, and we do, I suppose, somehow rely on the parish councils as well to help promote those sort of events as well, and to get the public to come along. But that's something we'll look at for the next stage.
Thank you.
Easy mistake to make. So my question is, so I wasn't involved in the last local plan because it was before I became a councillor, but I believe that there was not so much as stripping out, but in terms of building regs, it was perceived that there shouldn't be things that would override building regs in the last plan. Is that still the case, or are we able to kind of put in some aspirational stuff that maybe surpasses what the current building regs are in terms of rainwater harvesting, solar panels, that kind of thing, as a kind of a minimum standard for the Peterborough area?
Yes, something we can definitely look at. So in the previous local plan, the government when we were preparing the previous local plan, the government issued changes and said lots of what they were concerned with, lots of different councils all had different standards, and developers were having to provide different things, different areas. So the government said you can only ask for building regulations, and there was only exceptionals where you could go beyond that, and you had to have evidence and you had to test that there was the need for it and the viability. So we did that, and we did ask for additional water efficiency standards on new housing. But in terms of energy efficiency, we had to go with what the building regulations data says. The government is consulting, and they have been for a while, on changes to that, and things may come forward. So that's the future. I think it's called the future building standards.
Yes, it is.
It's a while ago I read that. That's something that could come forward, and we would have to adapt as we're going through the plan, our policies to that. But there is the opportunity to be a bit more ambitious. But again, we have to check that that is still viable for development. So that's always a thing we've got to look at to make sure that we're not asking for too much on a particular site. We've got to balance what the other requirements are for things like the other infrastructure requirements. You've got affordable housing, education requirements, any transport requirements. We have to balance all of those and make sure that development's still viable in what we're asking. And that's something that we'd be questioned and tested at the examination and asked to provide the evidence for that.
Just follow on for that, because we had the Vista development, which is in my ward, which is zero carbon. And I'm not aware of any other similar development going forward. Would it be possible to identify, in the same way you identify land for commercial employment or general employment or whatever to actually have in the plan some sites that are going to be carbon neutral? Is that something that we could put in, for instance?
I'm not sure we could say it on specific sites, because I think once the site's allocated, I don't think it's you can't sort of say that. But we could try and look at more general what we can do to improve those standards. And as government policy changes, it then becomes more normal, and it's done for every other areas, and it becomes a more accepted thing, and the costs that developers have to look at.
Councillor Mood.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from that point with regards to sustainable materials, has the council ever considered incorporating professional accreditations as part of planning conditions? I've seen that a lot of London boroughs, they do that. They will incorporate professional standards, especially with regards to sustainable materials. There are accreditations out there which will kind of set that standard.
Yes, I think that's more for employment. Does it apply to housing as well?
No, it's just
Yeah, so there are some schemes out there, but they are more to do with commercial employment sites than housing. But I suppose there is something we could look at of having standards and saying, I suppose it could be like a marketing tool for the site to say this site meets these standards, and then that's something they could try and sell the house with. So it's in the developer's interest to perhaps try and meet those standards in that way.
Please excuse me if this question is not for this particular session, but in developing the local plan, can we also ensure that we have got sight of new schools and schools development in time for the residents that are moving into new homes? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really important point, and that is what we will look at. So when we're carrying out the site assessment work, I didn't sort of go into the detail of this, but we have a very complex assessment process that looks at all different criteria to assess the sites, and one of those is the distance to the school, so if it's sustainable location or not, but also the school capacity in the area, and if the school's got capacity, or if it hasn't, is it capable of being expanded, or is there need for new school places? So we work closely with the education department at that stage, and then when the bigger sites are coming forward as well, so they're aware, and we do prepare. Even when we're not doing a local plan, we have to prepare a housing trajectory every year, the 5-year land supply. So we estimate when different sites are going to come forward and how many houses per year. And that's shared with different council departments. They use it a lot in their future planning for sites of education and one of those as well. So they've got an idea of the timescales for sites coming forward.
Mine's playing up there. Any other questions at all on the local plan? No. Okay. Are you happy with? Is there anything else you want to? Gemma, are you happy with everything?
Yes, I'm just making some notes for feedback. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Thank you.
I don't think there's any more to add then to that. So thank you very much, and we'll see you see the next bit when it comes through.
Okay, thanks, Ron.
All right, thank you. And so the last bit then we'll move on to is the quarterly appeals report. I'm sure you've read all the information, but it'd be interesting to see your comments on one of them anyway. But yes, over to you, Sylvia, for this.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'll be really quick with the appeals report. So we've had 12 appeal decisions in the last 3 months. Of those, 4 were allowed. And in terms of the decisions that were made by Planning Committee in that period, I've highlighted 2 in the report. The one at Thorpe Avenue, that was dismissed. And then the second one was the outbuilding at Oundle Road, that was allowed. So you've won 1 and lost 1. In terms of lessons learned, there's not really anything in particular. I would say that it was heartening on the One Thorpe Avenue application that the inspector agreed with us on the adverse impact on the character and appearance of the surrounding area, and he supported the importance of the special character area and the fact that we're looking for good design that's going to fit in with local distinctiveness. And it was also interesting that he thought there would still be a loss of privacy to the neighbour by the first floor balcony, even though there was a hedge separating the properties. And he also said that the need for high-end housing wasn't sufficient to justify the identified harm. So that was that one. And then the other one, do you remember the outbuilding at Oundle Road? Yep. So that was one where there had been a previous permission. They hadn't implemented that. They built something slightly different. It was a bit bigger. Well, that's what, yeah. The inspector gave weight to that previous decision and the fact that it would be of a similar size. And also he recognised that there were other outbuildings in the nearby properties, and he weighed that in his balance as well, because some of those were larger than the outbuilding that the appeal proposal was about. So that's an interesting one too.
Yeah.
Based on that, will we do anything different?
Well, this is where we said that with that one, I don't think you can learn a lot because I think it's an opinion in the end. Wasn't massively wrong. He didn't criticise or anything, does he? And it just says, I think it's all right. And we all said we don't. So really, so it's one of them sort of. But the good one was the Thorpe Avenue one. Yeah. You know, that we went in the garden next door, didn't we, and had a look from, you know, a perspective of a neighbour, not just on drawings, and we got that one, and he agreed, you know, or she.
They bend over backwards to get the inspector around.
Yeah.
You would do, I know, unless.
Because you could only notice the massing, couldn't you, from?
Yeah, from their garden. Yeah, yeah. But it was that's the right decision, and I'd have been annoyed if we'd have lost that one. So I'm glad we didn't lose that. But the other one, I'm amazed. I'm not annoyed. I'm just really. So there you are. So the thing is, there's nothing much we can learn from it, is there? We just got and what was the percentages you said? 60.
Yeah, it was 6. It was 60-30. You know, 2/3 to 1/3, which is the average across the country. So there's no issue there at all, I'd say.
Good. Okay. Any other questions at all for Sylvia about that?
Yeah, I think you know, in terms of sort of lessons learned, there's some appeals that are quite finely balanced, and I think that Oundle Road one was one of them. And you know, I think could have gone either way on it, I would say. So I wouldn't say that that was a bad decision on the part of committee at all, or necessarily a bad decision by the inspector. Yeah. There was other things to take into account.
Over the years that we've sort of looked at being the decisions. Inspectors are a weird old something like that.
Depends on the day, yeah. 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 Okay. All done? Okay, thank you, Sylvia. Okay, that brings the meeting to an end. Thank you very much, everybody, for, it's been a long one. But thanks very much for sticking by it and being included, getting involved in the debate and everything. Thanks very much to officer. I know it's been a tough one for you and your guys today, and legal and democratic services. Thank you. And my my vice chair who did a cracking job. Yeah. So we'll see you at the next one. So take care. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Sorry?